totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier Heating and Cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good to Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC 238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC 138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA 270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
The Ad Council.
A family in Green Bay is full of gratitude after a man stepped in and risked his life to save their daughter from running into traffic. According to sunnyskies.com, the heart-stopping moment happened while the Roberts family was moving homes near Bond Street in downtown Green Bay. The children's grandmother was helping get the kids into the car when the 6-year-old took off. The girl, who has autism, often turns running into a game, and this time it led her straight toward danger. Desperate, Grandma called out for help, and someone answered. A man sprinted into the street, stopped traffic to reach the girl just in time. The man was later identified as Weldon, who is homeless. Despite his circumstances, Weldon was quick to act and even quicker to brush off the praise. Now the family is sharing his story, hoping that more people will recognize the quiet courage of a man they consider a hero, one who didn't hesitate to do the right thing when it mattered most. And that'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Dom Savino, I'm Mike Gavin. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. And let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to K2 Vision RLE.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
The Ghislaine Maxwell interview.
Maxwell did not implicate President Trump in Jeffrey Epstein's misdeeds.
Defunding vaccine research.
This will slow down this process very seriously.
FBI touts new numbers.
A significant decrease in violent crimes.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, new information is emerging about what Jeffrey Epstein's imprisoned co-conspirator told a top Justice Department official in 2 days of interviews. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has details.
CBS News has learned Ghislaine Maxwell said nothing during her 9-hour meeting with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in July that would be harmful to President Trump. According to a source familiar with the exchange, she told the number 2 at the Justice Department that Trump, once a friend of the late child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, did nothing in her presence that would implicate him. That revelation comes as sources say top administration officials are discussing whether to make public some of the transcript or recording of what Maxwell told Blanche. The president said he hasn't discussed the interview with Blanche.
I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly is something that would be totally above board.
Trump also said he knew nothing about Maxwell's recent transfer from a Florida federal prison to a minimum security facility in Texas.
I read about it just like you did. It's not a very uncommon thing.
On Capitol Hill, the House Oversight Committee continues its probe with subpoenas seeking depositions from former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. In 2019, his office said that while Clinton knew nothing about the terrible crimes Epstein committed, he took 4 trips on an Epstein plane in 2002 and 2003.
President Trump says the FBI may have to get involved to send back Texas Democrats who left the state to stop Republicans from advancing a redistricting plan that could give the GOP a chance to win 5 more seats in Congress. The Trump administration is pulling $500 million in funding for mRNA vaccine research projects. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. calls the technology too risky, even though it's been widely used for COVID and flu vaccines. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
What the advantage of mRNA is it's much faster to make than a protein vaccine. It's much more efficient. And so when you're in the middle of an emergency, like a COVID pandemic, you want the fastest thing possible, something that you don't have to wait years to develop.
Kennedy says the government is prioritizing the development of what he calls safer, broader vaccine strategies. New FBI numbers show a significant drop in serious crime across the country, from murder to aggravated assaults and burglary. CBS's Usher Qureshi looks at the story in one major city.
Jashawn Hill runs Chicago Survivors, a group that counsels families of homicide victims. At the height of the pandemic in 2021, her nonprofit was operating in a city where more than 800 people were murdered.
I don't have the same sense of anxiety about how many homicides they're going to have this weekend.
Now, murders in Chicago have fallen more than 30% from the same time last year. It's not just homicides. The FBI says robberies decreased by nearly 9%, and auto theft dropped by more than 18%.
Now to California, CBS's Jason Allen has the latest on the major wildfire burning north of Los Angeles.
The Gifford Fire continues to burn for a 5th day, consuming more than 80,000 acres in both San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. More than 800 structures remain threatened, and evacuations are still underway.
This fire is fanning out in all directions.
Firefighters are trying to create containment lines using bulldozers, shovels, picks, and weed whackers to prevent further spread.
Overseas, the Kremlin says Russian President Vladimir Putin has held talks with Trump envoy Steve Witkoff just days before the White House deadline for Russia to reach a peace deal with Ukraine or possibly face new economic penalties. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The federal agency that asked government workers to document 5 things they accomplished over the past week has officially ended that practice. Over the winter, federal workers got those emails, and Elon Musk, who at the time headed up the Department of Government Efficiency, said those who didn't reply could lose their jobs. CBS's Nancy Cordes has a closer look at some of the numbers now from DOGE.
A CBS News review of 3 of the largest cuts shows the actual savings were not a combined $6.4 billion as claimed, but $165 million. DOGE was off by 97%.
There are a lot of stakeholders out there rightly questioning these numbers.
Rachel Snyderman is an economic policy expert at the Bipartisan Policy Center. The 3 canceled contracts all funded COVID-19 testing and treatment during the pandemic. Nearly all the money had already been put to use before DOGE canceled the contracts.
The Athletic reports youth baseball players from Venezuela, one of 19 countries on President Trump's travel ban list, have been granted an exemption to play in this month's Little League World Series. Last month, the policy blocked another youth baseball team from Venezuela from playing in a tournament in South Carolina. ESPN has reached an agreement to buy the NFL network and other media assets from the league. The NFL gets a 10% stake in ESPN in return. The latest study on screen time and young people indicates a possible correlation between time spent on devices and a rise in diseases ranging from heart disease to diabetes. Dr. Amanda Marma-Parak of the American Heart Association.
The stress level in the body, or even kids' ability to sort of develop that skill to regulate their own emotions without using a screen, both of those things could be types of stress that are being affected by screen time and in turn affecting their cardiovascular risk.
Overseas, ceremonies to mark the 80th anniversary of the atomic bomb attack on Hiroshima in Japan in the closing days of World War II. CBS's Anna Corin.
There were people from all age groups. Yes, there was the elderly survivors, but there were also so many students, so many young faces in the crowd, and that was so encouraging because there is such a concern here in Japan that as these hibakusha, these survivors pass away, that their stories will fade away.
Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
60 years ago today, a key piece of legislation was signed into law. Here's CBS's Allison Keyes.
President Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965, invoking the chains worn by enslaved black people as they arrived in this nation.
We strike away the last major shackle of those fierce and ancient bonds.
But last week, Senate Democrats introduced the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, meant to restore and expand protections enshrined in the original law. Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
With all of the problems that are facing our country, none is more important and none is more urgent than our voting rights.
Among other things, the bill would require states and localities with histories of discrimination to get federal approval before changing their voting laws. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
And that's the CBS World News Roundup for Wednesday, the 6th of August. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Ballots are being counted and results are coming in. Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson are leading the Seattle mayoral race, with Wilson slightly ahead. Erica Evans leads the Seattle City Attorney race, surpassing incumbent Ann Davison. And Jeremiah Zilloway and Claudia Balducci are the top contenders for King County Executive. We'll be following the results throughout the morning. Voters in Shoreline passed a property tax levy for 1 year to help the school district overcome a $6.5 million shortfall. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman has details.
Around 70% of voters have approved these levies. Prior to this vote, parents in the district were adamant about this levy passing to keep this school district afloat.
Levies are supposed to fund the extras, but because our schools are severely underfunded, we're filling gaps. There is no fat to cut anymore, because inflation has chipped away at that.
Right now, the property tax here is around $3.21. This levy brings the rate down to $3.13 for every $1,000 in assessed property value.
The survivor of a random and brutal stabbing in Tacoma's Point Defiance Park took the witness stand Tuesday. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports Victoria Nazali testified in front of Nicholas Matthew, the man accused of trying to kill her.
Matthews, representing himself during the trial, did not make a statement in court. After testifying, Victoria Nazoli talked with us about facing her accused attacker.
And a couple times I caught him smiling, just sitting there smirking, and that makes me want to punch him. It makes me want a little bit I want payback, but I also just realized the justice system is going to do that for me.
The 34-year-old says her recovery is ongoing, and for the first time since the attack, she returned to the park last month on her birthday.
The trial will continue today. The U.S. Justice Department put Seattle on a list of sanctuary jurisdictions. In a statement, Attorney General Pam Bondi says so-called sanctuary policies put American cities at risk by design. Here's more from KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon.
Earlier this year, Trump signed an executive order demanding the list. It includes cities like Portland, Los Angeles, and New York, as well as Seattle. It also lists several counties and states, including Washington state as a whole.
AG Bondi says the DOJ will pursue the laws against jurisdictions that limit cooperation with immigrant agents. Right now, the Washington State Patrol has a big backlog when it comes to firearms analysis. But as KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports, WSP is hoping to catch quite a bit over the next couple of years by doubling its testing capacity.
Each year, there are about 955 pending cases, but only 628 processed.
The reality is that the needs of the state have just outpaced the capacity of our labs.
The Washington State Patrol's Chris Loftus says they're training new forensic scientists.
We're trying to get the most qualified people we can.
The State Patrol hopes to cut the backlog by 35% by mid-2026 and 60% by 2027. Right now, the wait for firearms cases is 379 days. The goal is 120 or less by 2028. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
It was a welcome sight for the Mariner fans inside of T-Mobile Park yesterday.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez, the pitch on the way, swinging a drive, deep to right field, way back, and goodbye baseball into Edgar's Cantina, right above it. Right above the hand-operated scoreboard, there's number 1 for Gino in a Mariners uniform, number 37 on the year.
That was the first homer for Suarez since returning to the M's in last week's big trade. Gino had 53 home runs in 2 seasons during his previous stint with the Mariners. Last night helped propel Seattle to an 8-3 victory over the Chicago White Sox. The M's and the Sox face off again today. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. You can catch all the action on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes right now. Pull up to Renton 18. Renton to Bellevue about 20. And Everett to Seattle about 24 minutes right now. For your forecast, we've got some rain this morning. It will be widespread for your commute, then taper off to showers around midday. Highs today will be close to 70. Right now, it's about 61 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, G. Scott stops by to weigh in on a new, unique ice cream flavor being released. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Ah, summer in the Puget Sound region. Hanging at the beach. A nice coffee on a long walk with the pooch. And so much time sitting in traffic every weekend, literally going nowhere.
We've all felt it. Big construction projects are underway across the region, and I can help you get around the big delays.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru. Get all of Sully's choke points at mynorthwest.com and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
You just invested in new gutter guards to keep the junk out. So why are they clogged with moss and gunk? Well, here's the missing link between just any gutter guards and ones that actually work. You see, most gutter guards, sure, they stop leaves, but they don't stop what grows on them. Moss, algae, grime, they take over, turning your new gutter guards into a plugged, soggy mess. And that's where Moss Eater's gutter guards come in. They're changing the game. It's the only gutter guard with copper-infused tech. That means moss, algae, and gunk won't grow on it. It's like having a built-in Moss Eater on your home. And look, at Moss Eaters, we're not just going to install your guards and then let you fend for yourself. No, we're going to maintain your roof too. Because a clean roof and clog-free gutters means no water, no leaks, and no stress. Get the only gutter guard that truly fights back. Call Moss Eaters at 206-531-7800 or visit mosseaters.com today. That's 206-531-7800 or online at mosseaters.com.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC 238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC 138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA 270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Seriously, is it a good idea to play this report?
Yeah, we need to refresh our memories.
Okay.
This is all because of Manda, by the way.
Gee, you heard this report earlier.
I did.
Move over, mint chocolate chip. Chuck that chunky monkey. There's a new breast milk ice cream in town.
People donate their breast milk and then you make ice cream?
Okay, to be clear, it's not really made of human breast milk. The flavor of the ice cream is just supposed to taste like it. Now, if you haven't had it since you were a baby or never at all, it's described as sweet, a little salty, smooth, with hints of honey and sprinkles of colostrum. So do people really want to try it?
More of like an intellectual curiosity than an actual like hunger for it.
Their slogan, just like Mom used to make. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Oh, look at that. We're out of time for G.
Seconds after this aired, you hit the text line and says, Manda wants me to discuss that topic. What did I say?
No. Come on now. Real breast milk ice cream has existed way back in 2011. And again in 2015, there was a London-based, of course it wasn't American-based, London-based ice cream maker, Liquators, and created the ice cream made with donated breast milk in celebration of the upcoming royal baby. Now, as you all know, I don't know if you did know this, but this is your opportunity to get on the Facebook and post about it. August is National Breastfeeding Month, Sully. Why are these why y'all got these faces?
This is
perfectly
natural.
First of all, Charlie, let me ask you right here.
Yeah.
Put this on. Hey, Patrick. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah.
Have you ever tasted breast milk?
I as a child, as a baby.
As an adult?
No.
You lying.
What?
We've always had, everybody's been a curiosity, the little salty, little sweet taste. As an adult, you get your baby's bottle and all that kind of stuff. You've tasted it before. Don't act like you haven't done it, Sully. I'm not the only one that's had some breast milk.
Yeah, I think you are.
might be.
Yeah.
In this room.
This is not. Have you ever tasted dog food?
No.
Oh.
What is wrong with you, G?
No.
You know what I eat. You know exactly what I...
Wait, there are 4 of us in this room. 4 of us. And you guys are telling me I'm the only adult in the room that's only tasted dog food before. You guys have never had dog food before.
Why would I taste dog food?
You've never tasted breast milk before.
I'm busting out my high voice, which only happens when I'm really disturbed.
Wow. Anyways, I just wanted to share one last thing.
Yeah, please.
When my kids were in high school, colostrum, right? The powder, I used to make them, they took it every single day. They took the colostrum every single day. And if you all look it up, basically, this is the good stuff. Antibodies in there, nutrients in there, prevention of being sick. My kids swore by it. And then also, I used to tell them the bones would be strong. I don't know why y'all laughing at me.
Michael in Maple Valley says, G is on an island right now. My consultant, G, you are tripping. John in Lake Taps. Where did it go? OMG, shut G up.
Hey, my homeboy, Omari Salisbury with Converge Media, just texted me and said, I had some breast milk, bro. I got your back.
Yeah, as Saoirse in Tacoma goes, don't worry, G, I'm with you on the dog food and breast milk.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to go away.
Why are you comparing the two?
You guys are going to call me crazy because I know for a fact I am not the only one in this studio that has had breast milk before as an adult.
Are you calling us liars?
I'm not saying you're lying, but I don't know if y'all telling the truth.
Where would you get it?
Apparently bodybuilders buy it. It's on the text.
Some breast milk? Y'all, come on.
KIRO Radio, keeping me abreast of the news.
That's a Charlieism right there.
Okay. You know what? I'm probably going to be on punishment from your show for a while because people are not going to take this show serious. But before I go,
oh no,
there's more.
I just wanted to keep everybody abreast to what's going on around here. See ya.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, rain this morning will be widespread for the commute, then taper off to showers around midday. Highs will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's 61 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, News Nation reporter Mills Hayes breaks down the plans for a potential American nuclear site on the moon. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
It's summer, and there's no better time to protect your home with the help of the pros at Integrity Roofing and Construction. With years of experience in roofing and restoration, their skilled team delivers exceptional craftsmanship, whether it's a simple roof repair or a full renovation. Integrity offers free estimates, and their customer satisfaction speaks for itself. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-202-ROOF or visit integrityrc.com. That's 206-202-ROOF or integrityrc.com.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pain slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized, hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Rock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutia in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Download the KIRO Newsradio app, where you can watch us live or stream us live anywhere, anytime.
How would this initiative, whatever this initiative is, how would he fund it?
Stay connected everywhere. Download the KIRO Newsradio app.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our leak armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The summer warehouse clearance sale is on now at Bob's Heating. We have an overstock of 2024 cooling equipment and everything must go. Save 30% on all 2024 air conditioners and heat pumps while inventory lasts. Once these units are gone, they're gone. So now is your chance to save. As temperatures start to heat up, we'll help you cool down with our summer warehouse clearance sale. Call Bob's for your free estimate today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. For them, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. We're learning more about Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell's interview with a top Justice Department official. Meanwhile, House Republicans have subpoenaed former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton as part of their investigation. CBS's Ed O'Keefe says Maxwell said nothing that would be harmful to President Trump.
On Tuesday, the president said he hasn't discussed the interview with Blanche, his former personal attorney.
So I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly is something that would be totally above board.
Trump also said he knew nothing about Maxwell's recent transfer from a Florida federal prison to a minimum security facility in Texas.
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did. It's not a very uncommon thing.
As the Justice Department seeks the release of grand jury testimony in the Maxwell-Epstein cases in New York, Maxwell's attorney said his client opposes its release, arguing her appeal is still pending before the Supreme Court. Here in Washington, the race for Everett's next mayor is tight. Former city council member Scott Murphy took an early lead Tuesday night. He's ahead with 37% of the vote. Two-term mayor Cassie Franklin is close behind with just 170 votes back. She's sitting at 35%. Both are likely headed to the November election. A federal judge will soon decide whether to block the Trump administration from cutting funding to early childhood education program Head Start. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey has more on the arguments made by two sides in court yesterday.
The group of nonprofit organizations, including the ACLU, asked a federal judge in Seattle for an injunction or restraining order, arguing Trump's cuts to Head Start unlawfully denies services already approved by Congress to millions of low-income families. The Trump administration justified the cuts, saying Head Start is incompatible with their priorities of returning control of education to the states and reducing diversity, equity, and inclusion in education. A federal judge said he'd give his decision soon. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
The DOJ included a total of 35 sanctuary jurisdictions on the list. And so now Microsoft could soon ask more employees to return to the office. Business Insider says the company is considering a 3-day-a-week policy. It might kick in by January, but nothing is official yet. The move would line up with Amazon's current in-office rules. No comment from Microsoft. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, we could hear more in September. Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle, about 30 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, 26. Redmond to Seattle, 31. Everett to Bellevue, about 31. And Marysville to Seattle, 35 right now. For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some rain this morning. It'll be widespread throughout your commute. It'll taper off to showers around midday. Highs will be in the 70s. Right now, it's 61 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's been more than 50 years since the United States has sent astronauts to the moon.
Well, now the space race is going nuclear. News Nation's Mills Hayes is with us. A nuke plant on the moon, Mills, what can you tell us?
Well, this is actually something that has been in the works, but Secretary Duffy is really just accelerating the timeline and also increasing the power that will be available there. And so originally, NASA had been working towards having a 40-kilowatt reactor on the moon, but Duffy's plan would try to get proposals from private companies for a 100-kilowatt reactor to launch by 2030, which is important because Russia and China have announced a joint operation doing the same thing, but they are planning to do it by 2035. So Duffy's whole idea here is to be ahead of China and Russia in this sort of new age space race, if you will. But these nuclear reactors, it sounds kind of crazy when you first hear that word, but a nuclear reactor is basically a nuclear battery, and it's something that NASA has been using for decades. This would just be a power station on the moon, and it would be very large. It would have a very large power supply. So this is something that would allow astronauts to stay on the moon for a much longer period and for them to also go even further, explore other planets like Mars. So that's the idea there.
I looked it up. So 100 kilowatts is enough to power a big house or even a small business. So it's not like the nuclear reactor, for example, we have here in Washington State at Hanford.
So, yeah, and I was talking to a professor earlier today at the University of Chicago about this, about how this nuclear reactor, it isn't going to be a reaction of like a string of different reactions, kind of like how normally you would see that at a nuclear power plant. This is something that is different, and so it's not going to have a chain of reactions. And two, what's important also to keep in mind with this specific power station is that we're also trying to go to the moon to send another human on the moon by 2028, a part of the Artemis program. And so this is kind of going to be lining up around the same time that we're seeing this nuclear reactor try to be built as well. So it'll be interesting to see who gets there first, because we know China and Russia are trying to get there by 2035. So it'll be interesting to see the different private companies that put in proposals. So as of right now, they've got 60 days to submit a proposal, and then within 30 days, NASA needs to assign someone to head up this project. So we should likely see that in the next month.
Does NASA still have the manpower to do something on this scale? Didn't they just go through a bunch of cuts through DOGE?
Well, they have seen about a 20% reduction in staff because a lot of those employees took that deferred resignation program. And so NASA is saying that there is the staff. We'll have to wait and see if these cuts will affect this plan at all. But as of now, there hasn't been any indication from NASA that that's the case.
Are you hearing any concerns from people? We're sending a nuclear reactor to the moon. Maybe there might be some environmental concerns?
As far as concerns to our astronauts, that won't be a problem. But environmental concerns that you mentioned, I haven't actually looked into a lot of those. So that's another avenue to explore for sure.
All right. Well, it sounds like this has Homer Simpson's backing. After all, he works at a nuclear plant. And this will be fascinating to follow, Mills. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
It's a bully, but we aren't afraid of a fight. It's elusive, but our focus never fades. It's deadly, but we were born to defeat cancer. You may not have heard of us, but our work has helped millions impacted by cancer. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We are leaders in advancing breakthroughs in immunotherapy, genomics, and personalized medicine. This research saves lives. After 65 years of fighting blood cancers, we've arrived at a game-changing belief. The cures for cancer are in our blood. The drugs and treatments we've developed for blood cancers have helped people affected by many different types of cancers. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Beating cancer is in our blood. Learn more at LLS.org.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC-238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC-138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA-270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
But don't wait until after your flooding disaster.
DayandNight.net.
Water heaters have a predictable lifespan. Typically, it's between 8 to 12 years. The worst and most expensive time to look at replacing your water heater is when it's an emergency. It's leaking and it's leaving you without hot water through an evening or a weekend.
Hi, I'm Bruce. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Your showers are cold. Your water heater's too old.
DayandNight.net.
And it's taking forever for hot water to get there.
DayandNight.net.
Now get $50 off installation when it's time to replace your old water heater or upgrade to a tankless or heat pump water heater. Day and Night is here for you round the clock.
DayandNight.net.
CBS News Brief. CBS News has learned details about meetings between Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell and government officials last month. CBS's Jake Rosen.
In her interview with the Justice Department, Maxwell did not implicate President Trump in Jeffrey Epstein's misdeeds and said nothing that would harm the president, according to a source familiar with the contents of the interview.
Health Secretary Kennedy's canceled almost $500 million in funding for flu and COVID vaccine research. Vanderbilt Medical's Dr. William Schaffner.
They have been used in literally millions upon millions of doses around the world. These are very effective and very, very safe vaccines.
Kremlin says U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff's meeting with Vladimir Putin ahead of President Trump's Friday deadline for a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. BBC's Steve Rosenberg.
The Russian press this morning, well, they are not optimistic. The newspapers here about a deal being reached. One paper says there's a 90% likelihood that Steve Witkoff's visit won't change anything.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, rain this morning will be widespread for the commute, then taper off to showers around midday. Highs will be in the 70s. Right now, it's about 61 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Chris Sullivan with a choke point looking at the uptick of wrong-way drivers across the state. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time! Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him! He puts him away! And the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone! Julio for the second time!
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, it's one of the scariest situations you can have behind the wheel, facing down a wrong-way driver.
We have learned our state is tied for the worst in the nation for wrong-way crash fatalities, but new technology is being used to try and reverse those stats.
And Sully, you are here with details.
Yeah, this is kind of sobering. Let's take a look at this. Wrong-way drivers are responsible for about 4% of all traffic fatalities across the United States. In Washington, that number is 8%. Twice the national average. So 8% of our fatal crashes in this state are related to wrong-way driving. There have been 57 fatal wrong-way crashes in Washington since 2020, more than 400 crashes involving wrong-way drivers total, and more than 8,000 reports of wrong-way drivers from other drivers during those 5 years. It's pretty sad and pretty preventable. What can you do to prevent wrong-way driving? Well, we'll get to that in a minute, but what can the state do? Washington Department of Transportation looking to stop those drivers as they enter a road in the wrong direction, and it's going high-tech to do it. It has installed new wrong-way detection systems on the ramps at 10 locations in this state. 4 of them are along SR 18. 4 are on I-5 ramps in the southern part of the state, and there are 2 on I-5 in Thurston County. So here's what happens. When a driver enters the ramp in the wrong direction at those 10 locations, a series of sensors and cameras begin to go off.
It uses a series of cameras, sensors, and even radar to detect if a vehicle is going the wrong way on a ramp. It immediately alerts our traffic management center, who then works really closely with law enforcement to let them know, hey, we have a car headed the wrong way on a freeway.
WashDOT's Sarah Hannon 9 says message boards on the freeway, the ones that tell us all sorts of things, those will alert other drivers of a potential person coming your direction. WashDOT has also installed more than 1,000 new wrong-way signs and added LED lighting to them.
We also implemented or installed LED lights around those signs. So if you are going the wrong way on a ramp, those signs are going to light up and flash at you.
The state has also installed pavement markings at 108 ramps around the state. They are arrows in the pavement that point the proper direction you should be driving.
A lot of our ramps, you will see those raised pavement markers, the arrows that are pointing, in the correct direction. And so when you are going the wrong way, those arrows are going to light up at you. in addition to those wrong-way signs as well with the LED lights around them.
So they're trying to just get the driver's attention on the front end, maybe to allow them to fix their mistake right there at the point and turn around on that ramp and not continue onto the freeway. Hannon 9 says the state used recent crash data to determine where to install these particular improvements. This is part of $2 million set aside by the legislature to try to get after this issue. And as you might guess, impairment is the top cause for wrong-way driving.
Technology alone isn't enough. Real safety starts with smart choices behind the wheel. So just a reminder to stay alert, drive sober, and help us reduce the 8% of fatal crashes that are caused by wrong-way driving.
All right, I want to hear from you guys on our text line and at our YouTube channel. What do you think? Do you think this is worth it? Do you think this will work, or do we need to work more on the impairment side? What do you guys think?
I was just going to say the impairment is the deal. Are all of these bells and whistles going to get someone's attention if they're drunk behind the wheel already?
Well, maybe the lights might flashing at them might give them one last clue before they enter the freeway.
This really upsets me, I will tell you, because I spend a lot of money to live in the city. This is partially why, because I have worked many, many years at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I used to live in Issaquah. Coming in westbound from Issaquah at 3 o'clock in the morning, sure enough, here come headlights my way. I was terrified. And I just don't understand how it happens.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, our former anchor friend, Michelle Millman, called me one morning. She got the same deal coming in, and she said she was just frightened all get out. She was like, what am I supposed to do there? I'm like,
get off the freeway as soon as you can.
Get to the shoulder, do what you can to try to avoid it. But yeah, I mean, it's very upsetting. I mean, think about that. 57 fatalities just in the last 5 years for something that's this preventable. I'm not sure if this will work, but I mean, it's a try.
Yeah, you got to try something.
I like the fact that the reader message board might show wrong way driver headed your way. Will at least maybe give you a chance to get ahead of it. But yeah, I don't know. It's something, but I'm not sure if we're getting at the root here.
We tolerate it. That's the thing. As a society, we have said that drunk driving is not going to have a major impact on you. If you are somebody, you are convicted once or twice, slap on the wrist. Sure, you get the ignition interlock device. Pinky swear that you're going to use it.
Yeah.
And there's no serious repercussions until several convictions.
Or you injure or kill someone.
Yeah, precisely, because we tolerate it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why. What is it now in the state? Is it 4?
I got to
before
research.
It adds to a felony. It used to be 5, I think. But again, where does that lay? That lays right at the feet of the legislature.
When is all of this going to happen, Sully?
It's underway. It's already been done. They've already these improvements are all out there right now, and be interesting what the data shows to see if they can catch. And again, it's like fishing about. You never know where someone's going to enter the wrong way, but they put them at these places where it's happened before. And I'm not sure why these locations, Highway 18, I-5, you get it's the biggest arterial in the state. But it sounds like they've got an issue down in the Clark County area with this, because 4 of these cameras on I-5 are down in that general area in the southwest part of the state.
All right.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, rain this morning will be widespread for the commute, then taper off to showers around midday. Highs will be in the 70s. Right now, it's about 61 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
When someone hears the words, "You have cancer," it's one of the darkest moments in their life. Light the Night brings light to the darkness of cancer by uniting survivors, patients, and supporters in the cause to end cancer. Friends, families, and coworkers form a community of hope, raising funds in support of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Together, we walk with lanterns held high to light the path to cures. Last year alone, the FDA approved 18 new drug therapies and treatments to treat blood cancers. The impact of LLS-supported research goes beyond blood cancer. The discoveries made in blood cancer research have led to breakthrough treatments for many cancers and other serious diseases. When we walk, cancer runs. Join the movement to end cancer today. Visit us at lightthenight.org.
For the news you trust.
Breaking news, we are getting...
Experience matters.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
James Lynch, KIRO Newsradio.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch.
Luke Ducey, KIRO Newsradio.
We're on YouTube, our app, and 97.3 FM.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Struggling to stay cool? Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors and experience significant heat reduction and up to 30% savings on your utility bills. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The Kremlin says 3 hours of talks between Vladimir Putin and President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, this morning were constructive. They took place ahead of Mr. Trump's Friday deadline for reaching a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg has details from Moscow.
The first video came through just 11 seconds of a smiling Vladimir Putin walking up to Steve Witkoff, shaking his hand. We don't know what proposal or offer Mr. Witkoff has brought with him, and we don't know whether Vladimir Putin will agree to it. Up till this point, there's been no sign from Moscow that the Kremlin has wanted to compromise or make any concessions on the war in Ukraine.
President Trump has threatened Russia with severe tariffs. The family of one of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers is speaking out after his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, said she would testify before Congress about the case if she receives clemency from President Trump. Mr. Trump said Epstein stole Virginia Giuffre when she worked at Mar-a-Lago as a teenager. Her sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, tells CBS Mornings,
"It would be a travesty. It makes me sick. It makes survivors sick. It is a slap in the face. The idea that she could potentially get a pardon."
Virginia Giuffre died by suicide in April. A massive wildfire is growing in central California's Los Padres National Forest. Firefighting planes are trying to tamp down the flames that have scorched more than 80,000 acres so far. Correspondent Jason Allen is in Santa Maria.
The separation between black and green on the hillside is where firefighters have cut big fire breaks and used retardant to stop it here. But no sooner do they do that, the wind kicks up and the fire just pops up again somewhere else.
Experts are weighing in after Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. pulled $500 million in funding for research on mRNA vaccines for flu and COVID. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
A lot of people have a form of, for lack of a better word, PTSD from the pandemic. And so we're seeing a lot of folks going to war on infectious disease doctors, on mRNA and other technology like that.
Secretary Kennedy calls that technology too risky. You'd be wise to keep your credit score in check. New report from Bankrate finds a lower rating can cost you a lot.
People with lower credit scores pay about $3,400 per year more on average for loans and other financial services. That equates to about 4% of median household income.
Bankrate's Ted Rossman. Dow futures up 131. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Kind of a wet start on the roadway. Sully, you are checking traffic for us. Is that causing any issues?
No, none so far. But again, if you're not watching your speed and taking it easy around corners, you're going to spin out pretty easily. Yeah, we haven't seen the water in a while. It wasn't too bad as I was driving in, but still, the roads were wet. We haven't seen that in a while. We're definitely seeing brake lights today already. Just approaching Northgate with the loss of the express lanes there. Already seeing a backup to about 130th now. So we're over 40 minutes already from Everett to Seattle, running about 35 from Everett to Bellevue, so not terrible. Some brake lights up in Marysville as well. Looking at the drive coming up from the south end, we've got brake lights through Nisqually and about a 38-minute trip to get you up into Tacoma, and then Federal Way to Seattle's about 40. Got about a 40-minute trip as well from Puyallup up to Renton. Renton to Bellevue's running just under 20. The Lake Bridges are still in very good shape. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Visit SUPlinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Wednesday morning. The results from the primary election are starting to come in this morning.
From city council to county executive, today we get to see which final two candidates will be on the November ballot.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here to break down the big races. Luke?
Charlie, and then there were two. So let's dive in. One of the more interesting races is for Seattle Mayor. Katie Wilson leading that race with 46% of the votes. She will face incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell, who has 45.8% of the vote there, with 57,000 more ballots to count in Seattle. For Seattle City Attorney, Erica Evans will face incumbent Ann Davison. Erica Evans leading that race, 51 to 37% right now, but they'll face off in November. The race for King County Executive, Gurmai Zahalai leading with 40% of the vote. Claudia Balducci will face off against him in November. King County Prop 1, a lot of people watching this one. Voters overwhelmingly approved a replacement levy to help fund parks, trails, Woodland Park Zoo, the aquarium, and much more, of course. And in the race for mayor of Auburn, Charlie, your neck of the woods, Nancy Backus. 58% of the vote right there. But who will she face in November? Close, tight one between Yolanda Trout, who has 21% of the vote right now, and Ronnie Morgan, 19% of the vote there. Tacoma Mayor's race, Anders Ibsen leading against John Hines. They will face off in November. In the race for mayor of Everett, Scott Murphy has a close lead over Cassie Franklin, 37 to 35% of the vote. Those two will face off most likely in November. But one of the bigger stories here, voter turnout. 18% of voters in King County turned out. Very, very low. 17% in Snohomish County. 13% of registered voters in Pierce County turned out to vote.
I think that might be the lowest turnout I've ever heard of.
Well,
13?
We're still waiting today
there's
for
still some.
additional ballots. I cast my ballot yesterday. I don't expect that to be counted for a few more days.
Well, they're not as many ballots to count as you think, though.
Yeah.
But we do have to a shout out. Wahkiakum County. Shout out to them. They are leading the state with voter turnout. Now, they only have 3,600 registered voters, but 37% of you all in Wahkiakum turned out to vote. Good job for
Wahkiakum.
you. Yay.
37%.
Yes. Real quick. If there's a race that you want me to check on, folks, if you're listening, let us know in the text line. Don't look it up. Don't go on the web. Let me do that for you.
At your service, Luke.
Full service on Seattle's Morning News. I want to see what people are interested in, too. So,
okay, yeah. Dog catcher in Wahkiakum County.
I love those races.
Find out. All right, thank you, Luke. It's 6:07. The U.S. Justice Department put Seattle and the state of Washington on notice, placing them on a list of so-called sanctuary jurisdictions.
KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has more from the U.S. Attorney General.
Pam Bondi says sanctuary policies impede law enforcement and put American citizens at risk by design. Department of Justice will continue bringing litigation against sanctuary jurisdictions and work closely with the Department of Homeland Security to eradicate these harmful policies around the country.
The DOJ included a total of 35 sanctuary jurisdictions on the list.
We're learning about vandalism and a possible arson at an ICE facility here in Washington. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
The Department of Homeland Security posted on X that a building that includes an ICE sub-office was damaged on Saturday when a rock got thrown through a window and a small fire was set at the rear. This was in Yakima. Local investigators are treating the incident as a suspected arson. No one got hurt. It's not clear if ICE personnel were targeted. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. Wednesday, August 6th. Sully is here watching the wet roads for us every 10 minutes on the threes. Gotta watch your speed on a day like this.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely. And by the way, I did just check Wahkiakum's dog catcher was not on the ballot.
Okay, I don't want to be accused of fake news.
No, we do have several different Port District commissioners and some city and county council races, as well as fire district officers.
Thanks for checking.
I checked.
I knew I could count on you, Sully.
I go deep. so you don't have to.
Producer David Burbank is back in the studio after a couple days off. Welcome back. Katrina Gishard is out at the news desk, and Nick Krasha also back after taking the day off yesterday. Thank you for being here, Nick. This hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up this hour, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna will join the show to break down why our state is spending more than $500 million in legal payouts this fiscal year.
Plus, News Nation correspondent Mills Hayes explains NASA's plans to build a nuclear reactor on the moon. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
It's 6:09. The Bear Gulch fire continues to grow, and we get the update this morning from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
In total, 5 roads and 9 shelter, camp, and trail sites now closed in the Bear Gulch area. The fire is just shy of 5,000 acres, still just 3% containment. The steep terrain, wind, and lack of rain certainly not helping.
Well, it's not often you read words like this in a Seattle police blotter post, but here we are. On a warm August day, I'm quoting here, on a warm August day, Seattle police officers arrested a 33-year-old man for making threats to kill with a knife following copulation with a refrigerator inside of a Trader Joe's grocery store. Here we go.
I'm glad this is your turn.
It happened yesterday afternoon on East Madison Street. Security told police the man had been, I'm quoting here again. This is not my words. This is the words of the Seattle police. Quoting here, the man had been humping a refrigerator and tried to do the same to a customer. Officers say the man used slurs, pulled a knife, made threats. When confronted, the guy kicked a flower display through apples. Police say he's a registered sex offender. He was booked into the King County Jail for felony harassment.
Let's move along. It was a welcome sight for Mariners fans inside of T-Mobile Park yesterday.
Eugenio Suarez, the pitch on the way, swinging a drive, deep to right field, way back, and goodbye baseball into Edgar's Cantina, right above it. Right above the hand-operated scoreboard, there's number 1 for Gino in a Mariners uniform, number 37 on the year.
Wasn't that a beautiful sight? First homer for Suarez since returning to the Mariners in last week's big trade. Gino had 53 home runs in 2 seasons during his previous stint with the Mariners. Last night's dinger helped propel Seattle to an 8-3 victory over the White Sox. M's and Chicago face off again today. First pitch, 6:40. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
That's not the only baseball news, Manda, because the Bonnie Lake Sumner Little League team stepped on the gas against Oregon yesterday in regional World Series play, starting with the first at-bat.
Little fastball slider mix. Oh, lifted out toward left center field. Pretty good shot to the wall. Gone! Leadoff big fly for Mason Woods.
Sound is courtesy of ESPN. Pitcher Sawyer Breed threw a complete game, had 2 home runs. The team rolled on to win 20-6.
Oh, my gosh.
Bonnie Lake Sumner has scored 37 runs in the past 2 games. They play in the regional championship Friday evening, with the winner of that game headed to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, for the World Championship Tournament.
One more baseball note, win or go home for the softball All-Stars from Mill Creek this morning. The girls play the Florida State champs in an elimination game at the Little League World Series. Florida team beat Mill Creek 9-2 in the opening game of the tournament. First pitch, 10 this morning.
It's 6:12, and it's time to check weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Kind of a wet start to the day, Nick Allard.
Yep, we got a cold front coming through, and we're going to find wet weather all throughout the morning drive, so count on that. It's not going to be terribly heavy, but it will pick up a little bit in intensity over the next couple of hours. And then by about late morning to midday, we'll see that rain taper off, and it will become more like just spotty showers. So I do expect wet weather to start the day, and then some just isolated showers or drier conditions this afternoon, with temperatures barely getting into the upper 60s and lower 70s. We'll find temperatures today in Seattle at 68, 69. I'd say Tacoma 70, 71. Olympia about the same, and Shelton about the low 70s. Everett in the upper 60s as well. Maybe, a tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch for most of the area, and that would do it. I actually kind of backed off a little bit on the consistent precipitation again. So not as much as like a quarter of an inch to half an inch, but still a tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch is pretty good rainfall. And we haven't had rainfall like this since the end of June. Now, tomorrow there will still be a few lingering showers, especially across the Puget Sound conversion zone, which for us is going to mean like Snohomish and King County. After that, we look for increasing sunshine, and I do think you'll find drier conditions for the afternoon and highs in the low 70s. After that, we'll be into the upper 70s on Friday and upper 70s and low 80s for the whole weekend with plenty of sunshine. So yeah, get ready for some rain. And even though it isn't terribly heavy, it could still be slick. So I just want you to be careful because we haven't had rain in a while. And you know how that goes. All that stuff builds up and we get some rain and slippery time.
All sorts of issues. Thank you, Nick. Right now in Seattle, it's 61.
Let's check the roads time for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes. And Sully is here 24 hours ago. We were going, wait, is that buffalo in Elma?
Yeah.
On the highway?
Yeah.
Anything good like that this morning?
No buffalo, no bison. I saw a raccoon this morning run across the road. I'm not sure if that really counts.
No.
It's a little bit more, no ostriches or zebras or emus, but I'm on the lookout for that.
Okay.
You never know what happens when it rains. The heaviest spot right now is just a bunch of cars on southbound I-5, which is not unusual, by the way. Cars, it's their natural habitat. Backed up to 145th, approaching Northgate. We're already up to 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. 5 minutes faster down 405, getting away from Linwood. 40 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. Coming the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle's about 40. Do have brake lights in Federal Way. Also seeing some brake lights through Lacey. Give yourself 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. A little bit more action in Auburn. A little over 40 minutes now to make the drive up into the Renton area from Puyallup, Sumner. And then about 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. So starting to see things build up. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Over 50 years, Bucky's has provided oil changes, brakes, factory service, and more with expertise and good old-fashioned service. No appointment necessary. Friendly financing available. Bucky's.com.
6:15 now. It's time to check in with Katrina. The streets of New York are sizzling with style as The Devil Wears Prada 2 rolls cameras across the city.
People are excited. Photos of the actors have made their way online, and fans of the original 2006 movie are very pumped up for the follow-up.
No, it's just baffling to me. Why is it so impossible to put together a decent run-through? You people have had hours and hours to prepare. It's just so confusing to me.
But some fans are claiming the movie and its fashion are being spoiled by all of these photos. So now the writer of the original movie and the sequel is weighing in. Aline Brosh McKenna says, as long as everyone's safe, what an honor that people are still interested. She added, I even got a little squeal when I saw them in costume for the first time, and I felt like I wanted to take pictures. So even the screenwriter is fangirling over this.
I loved the first one, but let me ask you something. Is anyone writing original screenplays anymore? We have talked about so many sequels in the past couple of weeks.
We have.
Yeah.
Naked Gun.
Happy
Superman.
Gilmore, Superman.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's
All right.
safer to do that, right? All right. It's 6:16.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
A report out last month from the Washington Department of Enterprise Services revealed our state is in a big financial hole when it comes to lawsuit payouts. And over $500 million has been draining the state's self-insurance fund.
It seems like a big deal, and joining us to break it down for what it means for the state budget is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Rob, you have been sounding the alarm on this to us for the past several months. Why is it so troubling to you?
Well, I mean, you probably don't know this, but I've been sounding the alarm on this for the last 20 years. When I was Attorney General, in my first year as Attorney General, I co-authored a law review article in the Seattle University Law Review with a senior attorney in the State Torts Division, pointing out that Washington State at that time was in an average year paying out 6 times more in settlements and judgments for lawsuits against the state than was the state of Massachusetts, which is the same size state, about 6 million people at that time, 10 times more than Oregon, which is a smaller state, and I think a dozen times more than Idaho. And we analyzed why that was happening, and it's because our state, when it waived what's called sovereign immunity, the ability to sue the state, not only waived it earlier than most states, but the courts and the legislature keep moving the boundaries out farther and farther. And so you're seeing, well, I'll tell you, when I left office, if we had $100 million in settlements and judgments in 1 year, that was a tremendous amount. We were averaging 50 to 100 million. Now, over the last 3 years, it's been $1 billion. And it's just completely out of hand, and no other state in the country has this kind of exposure. And we can talk about why that is, but it's a combination of court decisions over decades and legislative decisions to make it easier to sue the state for enormous judgments, $10 and $20 million a person in some cases, and just a refusal to put any guardrails around liability the way that every other state we've looked at has done. Because after all, this is not money that they're printing in the basement of the state capitol. This is money that comes out of programs for foster care and other state programs.
Where are all these claims coming from, Rob?
Well, recently, a lot of the claims are coming from incidents of alleged abuse suffered by children in the foster care system. The state has waived statute of limitations for many sex abuse claims. And frankly, where the state is negligent, someone's harmed, there should be compensation. But the juries in these cases are authorizing really large payouts, much larger than you would find in other states, $10 and $20 million per person in some cases. And, the state is self-insured for these really large payouts, so it just has to come out of state budgets. But in the past, we've seen huge claims and settlements and judgments for cases involving, people out on parole who harmed other people, accidents on the freeway, et cetera. And it's important to understand, again, you shouldn't have to go to the legislature to get a bill passed to get relief. That was the old system until the 1960s. But there are no limits on claims or damages in Washington, no liability standards for governments. Everything's decided on a case-by-case basis. There's no legislative review or approval of the claims at all, no review of claims by special tribunals. Waivers in every other state we looked at contains at least one of those features, and most contain two or more, but not Washington. And consequently, we are just hemorrhaging money, and the legislature has just refused to really even acknowledge the problem, much less do anything about it.
Okay, so Rob, let's say you somehow become governor. I know you have no interest in running again. Let's say you somehow become governor, and let's say you'd like to make an announcement this morning on Seattle's Morning News. If you were the boss right now, what would you be doing to change things?
Well, I would do the things that I recommended to the governor at the time in 2005 and 6. I recommended to the legislature. I would go in and I would say, look, we don't have to have Texas rules here or Alabama or deep red state rules. Let's just look at what Massachusetts does, at what California does, Oregon and others, that they pay out money when it's justified, when the state has been negligent, but they put guardrails around that. They put limits on the highest amount that you can recover from the state. Right now, there is no limit at all. So it's up to every jury or every court and so forth. We would put in a review system to look at claims, to evaluate the size, and we would have standards. When is the state liable? So look, here's the problem. Today, using the example of children who are harmed involving the foster care system, if the state leaves a child with their parents and the child is harmed, the state will be sued and have to pay out a lot of money. If the state says, no, this is dangerous, we'll take this child out and put the child in foster care, and the child is harmed, now the state's liable again. It's basically strict liability. And, remember, the state only deals with really difficult problems that no one else can handle, right? Foster care is one, but there are many others as well, incarceration, community supervision for released criminals, and so forth. So there need to be standards. There need to be side rails that are erected so that not that people have to go to the legislature to get relief, if they're harmed as an individual, but so that there are standards. There's a common standard of liability across the state, and there are limits to how much a single case can produce. Those are all things that would help. They're all things that blue states do routinely that we simply have refused to do in our state, and it's having extreme consequences. I mean, when I left in office in 2012, 2013, and we'd paid out $100 million because the state Office of Financial Management had decided to settle a bunch of cases that we wanted to litigate. I thought that was a lot of money. Now I look at these numbers and I'm absolutely blown away by $500 million in the last fiscal year alone.
Rob, thanks for your time. As always, we appreciate it. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
Could we write that up? He didn't categorically rule it out running for governor.
No, he didn't.
Okay. Wait, Rob, are you there? Oh, we seem to have lost Rob.
Oh, he's still there. He's still there. We'll ask you again next week.
Thanks, Rob.
All
Great
right.
talking to you today.
Thank you.
It's 6:23, and we check in with Sully as he looks at traffic this morning.
Yeah, well, look, turns out we do have a crash westbound on Highway 16 just before you get to Gorst around the corner in Port Orchard. And so we're backing up to Sedgwick already this morning. And so that's a pretty decent-sized backup. I'm hoping to get a little bit more information from people near there and also the DOT. But that seems to be our one issue in terms of crashes. Other than that, wet roads and volume. Going to start with the drive out of the north end where we're hitting the brakes right by the Boeing Freeway, and then you hit them a little bit more away from Linwood. Heaviest spot definitely from about Shoreline on down where we lose the express lanes there down in Northgate. So overall, 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle, 45 to 50 from Everett to Bellevue as we're starting to see more volume as well building through Canyon Park. But once you're south of, say, 195th and Beardsley, it's going to be a pretty good drive the rest of the way down to Bellevue. Coming the other direction, some off and on braking through Lacey, through DuPont, all in all 40 minutes to Tacoma. And then Federal Way to Seattle's already running around 50 minutes, just kind of meandering slow here and there with some big gaps in the middle. Renton to Bellevue, a little under 20 minutes, so we're running right around 45 to 50 from Puyallup to Renton, the heaviest spot there in Auburn. Lake bridges are in good shape. This traffic report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
We're going to see rain today, a high of 69, clearing out by tomorrow afternoon. It's 62 in Seattle right now.
And coming up, we have more primary election results and the opening bell report, all on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC-238 US LC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC-138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA-270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, the original Make Your Roof Last company. Remember, your roof isn't just a roof. It's a shield guarding your loved ones and belongings. When replacement time rolls around, trust is key. That's why Guardian's crew isn't just skilled, they're licensed, vetted, and fully insured. And with our Guardian Guarantee, we promise your roof's done right the first time. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets. If they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible from surgery to different drugs to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Next week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, jazz royalty takes the stage. Dave Koz and Friends Summer Horns play 4 unforgettable shows, August 12th and 13th. Get your tickets now at jazzalley.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. The results are trickling in this morning from all the primary races across the state.
We're keeping an eye on the big races for you this morning to find out which candidates will appear on the November ballot.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here to break down those big races.
All right, let's dive in. One of the most interesting races for Seattle Mayor, Katie Wilson. It looks like she will face off against incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell in the November election. Wilson, though, is leading a little bit, 46 to 45.8%, just like a recent poll showed. This is going to be a close one. And that right there is, statistically speaking, a tie. So get ready for a tight race down the wire in November for Mayor of Seattle. In the race for City Attorney in Seattle, incumbent Ann Davison will face Erica Evans in November. But Evans won big in this primary with 51% of the vote. Davison with 37%. King County Executive looks like Gurmai Zahalai will face off against Claudia Balducci. They're the winners in the primary. In the South Sound, in the race for Auburn Mayor, Nancy Backus will face either Yolanda Trout or Ronnie Morgan. Yolanda Trout with 21%, Morgan with 19% of the vote. Close one there in this primary. Tacoma Mayor Anders Ibsen will face John Hines in the November election. And then up north in the race for Mayor of Everett, Scott Murphy and Cassie Franklin are your clear primary winners. Finally, you asked on the text line, I asked you, and then you asked me, and I will provide. So here you go. Tin Hat Tony wanted to know who's winning the mayor's race in Yelm. Tin Hat, right now, Joe DePinto will face J.W. Foster in November, unless Dustin Stefan sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, can overcome a 20% deficit. So some votes to count there. We'll see. And Melissa in Edmonds, you asked about the race for city council, position number 3 in Edmonds. Erica Barnett, it looks like, will face off against Alex Newman in November. By the way, Melissa's 18-year-old daughter voted, she said, for the very first time in this primary. Hey, Melissa, my 19-year-old daughter voted for the first time as well. No doubt the two of them are right now going, Dad, Mom, what are you doing?
Talking about us on the radio?
What are you doing? No, who am I kidding? It's 6:30 in the morning. They're both asleep. Come on.
All right,
there you
Luke. Go. Thank you very much. U.S. Justice Department has put Seattle on a list of sanctuary jurisdictions.
In a statement, Attorney General Pam Bondi says so-called sanctuary policies put American citizens at risk by design. We get more from KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon.
Earlier this year, Trump signed an executive order demanding the list. It includes cities like Portland, Los Angeles, and New York, as well as Seattle. It also lists several counties and states, including Washington state as a whole.
AG Bondi says the DOJ will pursue lawsuits against jurisdictions that limit cooperation with immigration agents.
We check traffic every 10 minutes, and Sully, we are between shower systems in at least the greater Puget Sound area, but it does look like another band is approaching. How's that affecting traffic?
It's not too bad as of yet. I think people are doing what they're supposed to out there, which means watching your distances and watching your speeds. But just be careful. It's a little different conditions than we've seen basically, as what Nick Allard said, since June, since we've had any rain of this stripe. Looking at what's going on in Port Orchard Gorst, I want to thank all my KIRO drivers who've been hitting me up on the text line. I'm between cameras there, and we have a crash involving 6 cars on westbound 16, right where Bay Street comes in. Looks like the left lane is blocked. There's some debris in the road. We've got a 3.5-mile backup all the way to Sedgwick, so that's going to be a really tough drive getting in through Gorst and on up into Bremerton. The rest of the map, about what you would expect, and as we see the stuff out of the north end, hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, with 45 of those minutes just from Linwood. So behind schedule now out of the north end. Federal Way to Seattle is about 45. Rented to Bellevue is a little over 20, so the S-curves are active, but by the time you're up to 30th, it's okay. Valley Freeway, some brake lights in Auburn, but we're under 50 to make the drive there. And the Olympia to Tacoma drive, we're not doing too bad at all. 40 minutes on the commute there. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, we're going to see rain throughout the day, 69 the high for today, and then tomorrow showers early on, but clearing by afternoon, headed for a high of 71 tomorrow, and then Friday right on through the weekend, gorgeous, mostly sunny with highs in the upper 70s into the low 80s on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 62.
6:35 now, time for the opening bell report. Microsoft may be tightening its in-office rules. Business Insider reports the company could require workers to come in 3 days a week. The change could start as soon as January. It would bring Microsoft closer to Amazon's current policy. Right now, it's unclear when the rule would apply to everyone. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the company might make an announcement next month. There's no comment so far from Microsoft.
Uber might be growing its footprint around here. The ride-hailing company is looking at a new lease up to 150,000 square feet. Sources say it's eyeing buildings in Bellevue, but Seattle is still in the mix. If it happens, it would be an expansion, not a move. Uber plans to keep its current space downtown at 2nd and Seneca. In Seattle, the deal could help a struggling office market. In Bellevue, it would fill space left behind by Microsoft. The Puget Sound Business Journal reports no lease has been signed yet, but it could be a big win for either city.
2 more passengers are suing Delta and Japan Airlines after an incident at SeaTac. KIRO 7 TV reports the Delta flight was stopped on the taxiway in February when a Japan Airlines plane clipped its tail. Donna Robertson says she was holding a baby when the impact slammed her knee into the seat in front of her. Her brother, who has autism, showed signs of injury but didn't speak. The lawsuit says her injuries worsened into the days after the crash. Suit seeks more than $75,000 and calls for pilot retraining. A similar case is already set for trial in January of 2027.
We told you the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was fired last week by President Trump after issuing downward revisions to hiring numbers from both the May and June jobs report. Well, we have an update this morning from CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady.
From the market perspective, we did see a big drop when that weaker jobs report came out, especially with all of the revisions that has been at the heart of the president's criticism of this most recent report. But the investor reaction was mainly about the weakness in the labor market that we're seeing, not necessarily this questioning of the credibility of the data.
There are new questions about the savings DOGE claims it has found in government spending. CBS's Nancy Cordes has more.
A CBS News review of 3 of the largest cuts listed on the wall of receipts. The actual savings were not a combined $6.4 billion as claimed, but $165 million. In other words, DOGE was off by 97%. In this case, the 3 canceled contracts all funded COVID-19 testing and treatment during the pandemic. Nearly all the money had already been put to use before DOGE canceled the contracts.
Health and Human Services has not responded to a CBS News request for comment about the contracts, and President Trump says there's more cutting to do, but says it will be done with a scalpel instead of an axe.
On a related note, federal employees no longer have to list 5 things they've done each week.
The Office of Personnel Management is ending the requirement, which was started by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, in February. He warned those who didn't answer the emails could lose their jobs. Still, several agencies told their workers to ignore the emails. Even President Trump was unsure of the requirement at the time.
It's somewhat voluntary, but it's also if you don't answer, I guess you get fired.
The OPM director says in a statement it's the job of managers to know what their team members are working on. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
To put a finer point on how silly this is, the 5 things. I have a buddy who is a firefighter for the federal government. And every week he has had to be filling out the 5 things he's done as a firefighter to the federal government, trying to justify his existence as a firefighter.
He doesn't have to do it anymore.
Yeah. Taking a look at numbers on Wall Street right now, the Dow just turned down 20 points. The S&P 500 is up 3, NASDAQ up 29.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
No, seriously, it's a firefighter, Sully.
Did you fight fires this week? Did you try to fight fires this week? Do you plan to fight fires?
It goes on and on. What's traffic look like?
It's not too bad. Volumes are building. Biggest issue appears to be getting into Port Orchard and Gorst on westbound 16. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
It's 6:43. Sully is watching the roads for us this Wednesday morning.
And we have about a 4-mile backup on westbound 16 trying to get into and through the Port Orchard area. My drivers are reporting at least 6 cars caught up in this crash and potentially the left lane being blocked and some debris. Waiting to get a little bit more information, but that's going to leave a significant mark trying to get up into Gorst and then really on up into Bremerton. The rest of the map is about what you might expect, though a little heavier with some of the rain that we're having. I'm looking at southbound 405 being really slow away from the Mill Creek interchange down to from I-5 and then down to about where the express toll lane begins. Wondering if we might have some sort of a crash there because it doesn't really back up onto I-5 like that without something there. Then we have the normal stuff through Bothell. It's well over an hour from Everett to Bellevue. Also an hour from Everett to Seattle with the brake lights beginning right at 175th and Shoreline. Again, this is all because of the loss of the express lanes going southbound on I-5. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma's under 40 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running at 45. That's still pretty decent. The Renton S-curve still heavy, but under 30 minutes to make it up into Bellevue. Behind that, we've got about 45, 48 minutes to go from Puyallup up into Renton. And we continue to work with the closure of the bridge over the Green River on the Maple Valley Highway 169 there, getting into Black Diamond. So another morning having to deal with the long detour there. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be pretty wet around here today. Up to a 1/4 inch of rain, a possibility, 69-hour high. Tomorrow we'll wake up to some showers, but drying out for the afternoon hours, some peaks of sunshine and 71. Then Friday, right on through Sunday, lots of sunshine. We'll be into the low 80s by Sunday. Right now it's cloudy and 62 in Seattle.
At 6:45, Katrina Gishard is here. It sounds like the nominations are out for the 2025 MTV Video Music Awards.
They are, and for Best Pop Artist, there's Miley Cyrus and Justin Bieber. But this year was all about Sabrina Carpenter, who most think will win. So favorites in the coveted Best Album category include Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunny. And the VMAs may give country its moment, with many thinking Chris Stapleton will win for Best Country Album. The VMAs will air for the first time on CBS in September.
Are you going to watch?
Definitely.
Sully, are you excited about Sabrina?
No idea.
Yeah.
By the way, do they still make music videos?
Apparently, yes.
They do.
Where do they air them?
Play them on
YouTube.
VH1
okay.
and YouTube.
Real, okay. Yeah, sorry. I was there when MTV was created. So I'm used to a much different MTV.
That was a long time ago, Sully.
Apparently.
Coming up, News Nation correspondent Mills Hayes will join us to talk about why NASA is looking to build a nuclear reactor on the moon.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home. even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
It's been more than 50 years since the United States has sent astronauts to the moon.
Well, now the space race is going nuclear. News Nation's Mills Hayes is with us. A nuke plant on the moon. Mills, what can you tell us?
Well, this is actually something that has been in the works, but Secretary Duffy is really just accelerating the timeline and also increasing the power that will be available there. And so originally, NASA had been working towards having a 40-kilowatt reactor on the moon, but Duffy's plan would try to get proposals from private companies for a 100-kilowatt reactor to launch by 2030, which is important because Russia and China have announced a joint operation doing the same thing, but they are planning to do it by 2035. So Duffy's whole idea here is to be ahead of China and Russia in this sort of new age space race, if you will. But these nuclear reactors, it sounds kind of crazy when you first hear that word, but a nuclear reactor is basically a nuclear battery, and it's something that NASA has been using for decades. This would just be a power station on the moon, and it would be very large. It would have a very large power supply. So this is something that would allow astronauts to stay on the moon for a much longer period and for them to also go even further, explore other planets like Mars. So that's the idea there.
I looked it up. So 100 kilowatts is enough to power a big house or even a small business. So it's not like the nuclear reactor, for example, we have here in Washington State at Hanford.
So, yeah, and I was talking to a professor earlier today at the University of Chicago about this, about how this nuclear reactor, it isn't going to be a reaction of like a string of different reactions, kind of like how normally you would see that at a nuclear power plant. This is something that is different, and so it's not going to have a chain of reactions. And two, what's important also to keep in mind with this specific power station is that we're also trying to go to the moon to send another human on the moon by 2028, a part of the Artemis program. And so this is kind of going to be lining up around the same time that we're seeing this nuclear reactor try to be built as well. So it'll be interesting to see who gets there first, because we know China and Russia are trying to get there by 2035. So it'll be interesting to see the different private companies that put in proposals. So as of right now, they've got 60 days to submit a proposal. And then within 30 days, NASA needs to assign someone to head up this project. So we should likely see that in the next month.
Does NASA still have the manpower to do something on this scale? Didn't they just go through a bunch of cuts through DOGE?
Well, they have seen about a 20% reduction in staff because a lot of those employees took that deferred resignation program. And so NASA is saying that there is the staff. We'll have to wait and see if these cuts will affect this plan at all. But as of now, there hasn't been any indication from NASA that that's the case.
Are you hearing any concerns from people? You know, we're sending a nuclear reactor to the moon. Maybe there might be some environmental concerns?
As far as concerns to our astronauts, that won't be a problem. But environmental concerns that you mentioned, I haven't actually looked into a lot of those. So that's another avenue to explore for sure.
All right. Well, it sounds like this has Homer Simpson's backing. After all, he works at a nuclear plant. And this will be fascinating to follow, Mills. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
News Nation's Mills Hayes.
How did you manage to get Simpsons into an interview on the
Sully
nuclear
was
reactor?
running through my head the entire time.
Well, you also remember he was a NASA employee as well. He went up in the space shuttle.
Of course.
All right. It's 6:53. Let's talk about traffic. What's happening, Sully?
Well, we're going to take a look at our biggest issue and most unusual, which is the 4-mile backup on westbound 16, trying to get from Sedgwick Road all the way up into Port Orchard, around the corner towards Gorst. 6-car pileup there. Left lane is reportedly blocked. So we're looking at a big-time delay trying to get into that area and then most likely on up into the Bremerton corridor. Coming down from the north end, we are definitely seeing very heavy brake lights away from Linwood. Haven't found a crash there just south of Linwood, but we're seeing a lot of diversion from I-5. It's an hour and 10-minute drive just from Everett to Bellevue. 50 of those minutes are from Linwood. Same deal for I-5 southbound. 50 minutes away from Linwood. Brake lights off and on start right there around the Edmonds exit at the golf course there. Coming the other direction, we are looking at some brake lights in the Lacey area, but 40 minutes to make the drive to Tacoma is not too bad. Then we see a little bit up the hill to 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running around 55 minutes now. No, just kind of the off and on braking with big-time gaps in between. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. The drive from Puyallup to Renton, under 50 minutes. The Lake Bridges are still in very good shape. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years, servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
And looking at the forecast, we're expecting to have showers today. New band is rolling through town right now. Headed for a high of 69. We dry out after morning showers tomorrow. Afternoon sunshine, 71. Friday, 76. 78 on Saturday. Low 80s Sunday and Monday. Right now in Seattle, it's 61.
Election results coming up, and also News Nation host Anna Koyman breaks down RFK Jr.'s cuts to vaccine development coming up at 7:15.
You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. with our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've handpicked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. You know, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, well, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. You know, the option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to Longevity, but the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Next week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, Jazz Royalty takes the stage. Dave Koz and friends Summer Horns play 4 unforgettable shows, August 12th and 13th. Get your tickets now at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We're hearing from the family of one of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers for the first time since the sex offender's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, offered to testify before Congress in exchange for clemency.
Virginia Giuffre, one of the most vocal victims of Epstein and Maxwell, took her own life in April. Her sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, tells CBS Mornings Ghislaine Maxwell was a monster who took part in the abuse, and she should not have been moved to a minimum security prison camp while she appeals her conviction.
It is a slap in the face, the idea that she could potentially get a pardon.
Sky Roberts says they will continue to fight for justice for his sister.
She was a powerful voice in the survivor community. She allowed survivors to have a platform.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
CBS News has learned more about top Justice Department lawyer Todd Blanche's interview with Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, correspondent Ed O'Keefe at the White House.
According to a source familiar with the exchange, she told the number 2 at the Justice Department that Trump, once a friend of the late child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, did nothing in her presence that would implicate him. That revelation comes as sources say top administration officials are discussing whether to make public some of the transcript or recording of what Maxwell told Blanche.
U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff met with Vladimir Putin in Moscow today ahead of President Trump's Friday deadline for a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg.
Russian state TV showed just a few seconds from the start of the meeting. A smiling President Putin walks up to and greets Mr. Witkoff, and the two men shake hands.
President Trump has warned Russia he'll impose very stiff tariffs if Moscow doesn't end the war within days. Firefighters in Southern California have rescued a woman who was trapped in a chimney at a recreation building at a park in L.A. CBS News LA's Desmond Shaw watched from the K-Cow chopper.
The woman was inside of this impossibly small chimney right now. She is very lucky to be okay. When Urban Search and Rescue from LA City Fire was able to extract that woman, they had to basically kind of yank her out. She looked like she was in a little bit of pain, and then they strapped her to a gurney and lowered her down to the ground, and they just put her in the back of an ambulance.
A 5-week-old baby girl's been hospitalized after she contracted an extremely rare virus when she was bitten by a tick during a walk with her mom on Martha's Vineyard. Dr. Shira Duran at Tufts Medical Center in Boston.
It is not common for babies who don't walk to get tick-borne illnesses in general. This was really an unfortunate situation, obviously.
There is no treatment for Powassan, which can cause brain inflammation or meningitis. Dow's up 45 in early trading. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03. Let's check in with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill.
Well, here we go again. Wednesday of week 3 of the month of hell, and we are definitely seeing close to an hour drive just from Linwood down to Bellevue or Seattle, so 20-minute delays, all because of the closure of the express lanes in the southbound direction in I-5, so big-time delays. For 405 starts right there at Linwood. For I-5, it starts right around 175th in Shoreline, so not a fun day there. We have wet roads, too, as well. Overall, the travel times, not too bad. Federal Way to Seattle, about 50 minutes. Valley Freeway's running a little over 45, maybe closer to 50, depending on how you hit the volume in Auburn. Renton to Bellevue is not too bad. We're running right around a half an hour. The lake bridges are fine. Olympia to Tacoma, brake lights through Lacey, but nothing out of line under 40 to Tacoma. And we're still working with this crash on westbound 16 in Port Orchard, right at Bay Street. Multiple cars involved, and my drivers are reporting that it's the left lane that is blocked. We're backed up all the way to Sedgwick, about 4 miles. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube. Click subscribe. Get fresh video content daily.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Wednesday morning at 7:04. The results are trickling in this morning from all those primary races across the state.
We are keeping an eye on the big races for you to find out which candidates will be on the November ballot.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here to break down the biggest of the races.
It's shaping up to be a close race for mayor of Seattle between incumbent mayor Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson. They're locked in a tie in the primary. They're going to face off on the November ballot. No question about it. Just those two. In the race for Seattle City Attorney, incumbent Ann Davison will face Erica Evans in November, but Evans won big in this primary with 51% of the vote. Davison, 37%. King County Executive, nobody's going to catch Gurmai Zahalai, excuse me. I knew that was going to happen this morning. And Claudia Balducci in this primary. They're the front runners there. In the South Sound, in the race for Auburn Mayor, Nancy Backus is going to face either Yolanda Trout or Ronnie Morgan. Those two separated by just 2 percentage points. In the open seat for Tacoma Mayor, Anders Ibsen will face John Hines come November. And up north in the race for Mayor of Everett, Scott Murphy and Cassie Franklin locked in a tight race there. They're your clear primary winners. Franklin, the incumbent, trailing Murphy in the votes, though. And finally, you ask me on the text line to check a race for you, and I provide. That's how it works, folks, this morning. A listener in the 253 asked me, hey, what about the races in Black Diamond, specifically the race for mayor there? Well, Jeff Bowie and John Alder will face each other in November. They are the primary winners. And, finally, Charlie and Amanda, we all love primaries, right? Fantastic. It is democracy in action, right? All those hopeful candidates, big and small measures and races. I'm going to highlight 1 or 2 races here every time you hear me this morning. Kitsap County, let's go to Prop 1 there. You are getting funding for the regional library system, which is going to lead to more early literacy resources and after school and summer learning opportunities. So that measure, Prop 1, passed in Kitsap County.
Okay, thank you, Luke. It's 7:06 now. The Justice Department has threatened legal action against what is called 35 so-called sanctuary jurisdictions.
KIRO 7 TV's El Thomas reports both Seattle and the state of Washington are on the list.
The DOJ released the new list, vowing to bring lawsuits against the states, counties, and cities that don't cooperate with federal ICE agents. Attorney General Pam Bondi saying, quote, sanctuary policies impede law enforcement and put American citizens at risk by design.
President Trump signed an executive order earlier this year demanding that list.
Authorities are investigating a possible arson after a rock was thrown through a window and a small fire was set at a building housing an ICE sub-office on Saturday in Yakima. No one was hurt. The Department of Homeland Security posted pictures of the damage on X. Investigators have not confirmed whether ICE personnel were the intended targets. In a post, the department says anyone who seeks to harm law enforcement officers will be found and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Groove is in the heart, Charlie Harger.
Indeed it is. Thank you for picking that one, Nick.
Love it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It is 7:08 on Seattle's Morning News. Sully is here, bopping his head and checking traffic for us every 10 minutes on the threes. We say welcome back to producer David Burbank. Katrina Gashard is here. Nick Krasha also back from a day off, running the board.
And coming up this hour of the show, News Nation host Anna Koyman will explain why Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is cutting $500 million worth of funding for vaccine development.
And I'm going to get on my high horse in today's commentary. Why reclining your seat on the airplane should not be an option.
Also coming up at the end of the hour, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland will break down the meeting between U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Russian President Vladimir Putin.
At 7:08 now, the city of Tacoma says Sound Transit caused damage, and now it wants to be paid back. The city filed a lawsuit over a link extension project that knocked out power in 2022. Crews reportedly damaged electrical facilities on 2 separate days. That led to outages and nearly $400,000 in repair costs. Tacoma says it sent invoices but got no money. The suit accuses Sound Transit and 2 contractors of negligence. It also claims they broke a state law about willful and malicious damage. None of the companies responded to questions from the News Tribune.
Seattle police arrested a man yesterday after making a scene at Trader Joe's. Here are the exact words from the Seattle police blotter, quote, on a warm August day, Seattle police officers arrested a 33-year-old man for making threats to kill with a knife following copulation with a refrigerator inside a Trader Joe's grocery store. This happened on East Madison Street about 2:15 in the afternoon. Security says the man was making racial slurs and threatening people with that knife. Security told police the man had been, again quoting here, humping a refrigerator and tried to do the same to a customer. When challenged, he kicked flowers and threw apples. Police say he is a registered sex offender and was booked for felony harassment.
How long have you been a news anchor?
35 years.
35 years.
Never have I ever used those words.
Okay. Just wanted to check. 7:10 now as we continue on Seattle's Morning News. The boys from Bonnie Lake Sumner stomped Oregon yesterday in the Little League World Series Regional Tournament. 12-year-old Sawyer Breed pitched a complete game and had already hit 1 home run in the game when he stepped up to the plate in the 5th.
That is lifted out to center field. Hit well, going back near the wall and gone! Sawyer Breed with a 2-run big fly. Opening it up a little bit more.
Sound courtesy ESPN. The team won the game 20-6. They mercy ruled Oregon.
Did you say he pitched and he hit a home run?
Yeah, 2 home runs.
Shohei Ohtani vibes.
And the cool thing, well, not the cool thing, the wild thing watching this was it was 96 degrees outside yesterday, too.
The game before, didn't they score 17?
Yeah. They are a juggernaut right now. 37 runs in the past 2 games. That sound was courtesy of ESPN, by the way. They play in the regional championship Friday evening, with the winner of that game headed to Williamsport, Pennsylvania for the World Championship Tournament.
And the Mill Creek Softball All-Stars hoping to stay alive in the Little League World Series today. The team plays the Florida State champs in an elimination game this morning. Florida beat the Washington champs in the first game of the tourney. The winner stays alive. Loser goes home. First pitch at 10 this morning.
The Mariners' offense was firing on all cylinders last night against the White Sox. The M's racked up 11 hits and 8 runs with 3 homers, including this bomb from newly acquired first baseman Josh Naylor.
Pitch on the way, swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run.
That was Naylor's second home run in a Mariners uniform. M's starting pitcher Brian Wu returned to form as well, allowing only 2 hits and 1 run over 7 innings, striking out 9 batters in the process.
Here's the windup and the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and a weak wave and a fastball up top for strike 3. Third time that Brian has fanned Talkman, and that is strikeout number 9 for Brian Wu.
Mariners won 8-3. They face off against the White Sox today. First pitch from George Kirby at 6:40, and you can hear it on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
A lot of fun baseball to talk about. I love it. It's 7:12. That's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Take it away, KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
We have light rain increasing again this morning. We have it, say, especially around Everett North and also around Tacoma South and West. Expect to see pockets of light rain, including in Seattle for the morning commute. And then, yes, it will be drier later today with just some spotty showers after lunchtime. You might hear a little rumble of thunder closer to the North Cascades, and cool daytime highs today. Only about, say, 68 to 70, 71 on the high side around Olympia. And, yeah, steady rain now, only a few showers later. Most of those showers will be closer to Snohomish and King County. That will probably last into tomorrow morning. And there should be a fair amount of sun breaks this afternoon, or a fair number of sun breaks later today. Tomorrow, just that convergence zone in the morning, and then it's drying out. We'll go with low 70s for the afternoon, and then it's upper 70s Friday. And it's upper 70s to low to mid 80s to the weekend, even mid 80s, and even some places low 90s to start next week. So it's heating up again. Just have some rain this morning, but I got to be honest, I like the rain.
Me
90s.
Too. Clear out the smoke.
Well, at least maybe, South Sound spots can get to the low 90s. I don't know. I posted your phone number, social security number, and address online in case people have questions about it. They can go to Charlie.
I always appreciate you, Nick.
Yep. I'm just trying to make sure that they have valid sources,
Yeah. I was validated.
Uh-huh.
I love it. Okay. 7:13 now. Let's go to Chris Sullivan for traffic on the 3s.
And we're humping along on the roadways this morning. Not too bad, with the exception of the drive coming down out of the north end. We're looking at the normal stuff we've gotten used to over the last 3 weeks. We've got the brake lights on southbound 405 right there at Linwood all the way down through Bothell. It's an hour plus from Linwood down to Bellevue. That is a 15-minute delay. We're also looking at about an hour as well just from Linwood to Seattle. Brake lights begin at 175th. So this looks to be a carbon copy of what we've seen the last 13 commuting mornings. Not pretty. Looking at the rest of the drive, not too bad. Federal Way to Seattle is about 50 minutes. We're running around 48 from Puyallup to Renton. Heaviest spot on the Valley Freeway right there at 18. And then Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. By the time you're up to 44th, it's a pretty good drive the rest of the way. The lake bridges are fine. Olympia to Tacoma doesn't look too bad. We're still working with this sizable backup on westbound 16 from Sedgwick up and around the corner into Port Orchard. We've been dealing with a crash involving up to 6 cars there, and they're working to get rid of some debris as well. So pretty heavy there around the Sinclair Inlet. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on new air conditioning and heat pump systems during the final days of the Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
I just got a text from our news director, Frank Lindsay.
Oh, boy.
Who
Here
says,
we go.
"What has happened to you? That was not Groove is in the Heart."
At the start of the show.
It was everybody.
Do you regret the error?
I do.
Okay.
And I'm very sorry, but I wanted to make the
I wanted the same era of music.
Yes.
You're in the same
I love both songs. I just confused them.
I was going to point that out, but I didn't want to be a jerk.
Well, our news director did. Now I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
So let's move along, shall we, Charlie?
Let's do that. The guitar played by 2 Rolling Stones members is at the center of a dispute, and Katrina is here with details.
Alrighty, so former Rolling Stones guitarist Mick Taylor says his 1959 Gibson guitar was donated to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. But Taylor says it was stolen from a French villa back in 1971, and he never gave it up. The museum is denying the claim, saying it had been given to a collection of 500 guitars this year, and they say they have records that do not show Taylor as ever owning the guitar. Now, he wants an independent expert to verify the guitar's history. The guitar, known as Keith Burst, was also played by Eric Clapton and Jimmy Page.
Thank you, Katrina. Those are two pretty good guitarists, as I understand it, as well.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 7:16.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, this week, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced he is canceling contracts and grants worth nearly $500 million earmarked to develop mRNA vaccines in the U.S. This is the latest push in a plethora of huge changes for the HHS under RFK Jr., a longtime vaccine skeptic.
And joining us now with all the details is Anna Koyman, the anchor of News Nation Live, which airs weekdays at 10 a.m. All right, Anna, good morning, and bring us up to speed. $500 million for vaccine development getting cut?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I'm on 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays and Sundays, so hopefully you'll tune in. But yes, you are absolutely right. Some big vaccine news coming out overnight from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So Health and Human Services is canceling some $500 million in contracts and funding for vaccine development. So this money is earmarked for mRNA-based vaccine projects, which can help fight respiratory viruses like COVID-19 and the flu, as we know, and also the H5N1 known as bird flu. More than 20 projects are set to be halted right now, and this research is led by some company names that your viewers likely will recognize, like Pfizer and Moderna. So if you're wondering this morning, why is there this shift in funding? Well, there have been concerns about rare cases of myocarditis, potentially linked to the mRNA COVID vaccine, among others. And Health Secretary RFK Jr. is saying that this money is just going to be shifted. He says now it's going to be going toward what he calls safer, broader vaccine platforms that remain effective and don't mutate. So the current data is showing that these vaccines do fail to protect people completely effectively against upper respiratory infections like COVID-19 and the flu, because as we know, they mutate into new versions every year. I think it's important to underscore last night, he did reiterate, he put out a social media post and looking directly to camera and said, let me be absolutely clear that HHS supports vaccines for every American who wants them, and that's why we are moving beyond the mRNA for the respiratory viruses and investing in better solutions. So that's what he says. I think it's also important to note that we got to look back to 2020, and we know that the first Trump administration did fund mRNA COVID vaccines, and they were able to be developed faster than traditional shots. And, it was pretty remarkable how quickly they got on the market. During Secretary Kennedy's Senate confirmation hearings, too, he vowed that he would not undermine vaccines. But this breaking news overnight has his critics saying that this is just another example in a long line of really unprecedented steps that he's taken to alter the way vaccines are evaluated, approved, and recommended. But of course, Kennedy says all of these steps that he has taken are needed to keep the American people safe, and he just wants better research.
How is the medical community responding this morning?
Well, my producer spoke to one integrated pediatrician who's just recently written a book called Between a Shot and a Hard Place. His name's Dr. Joel Gator-War. She's got a pretty good social media following, if you'd like to look him up too. But he said, look, realistically, if you take this $500 million and you put it into something that works better, then that would be a good thing. But is it actually going to happen? Where is it going to go? The details of all of this is really fuzzy right now. The information we have is pretty scant. But he said, he is putting trust in RFK and in HHS and believes that they do have our best interest at heart, and that potentially they might be looking at other technologies that we don't even know about that haven't been made public, or maybe there are, some that are slightly known about that are showing more promise than we know about. So, yeah, the doctor we spoke to didn't think this was necessarily a bad thing.
Anna, we have about a minute left here. So 2 quick questions. Has the president commented on this announcement, and what are the next steps?
No, I don't think the president has commented on this. This literally came out. I was actually on a different story last night and got shifted to this. And unless it's been in the last few minutes, I don't believe President Trump has commented on it. But again, the things as we look in the rear view, the last 6 months or so have really been transformative there at HHS. And Kennedy continues to say he is not anti-vax. He says it's not anti-science to question the science. It's science. That's what science is all about. But his skeptics, skeptics are really scratching their heads on this one and unhappy. In fact, recently, not about this particular news snippet, but previously, Senator Bill Cassidy, who's, he's a physician, and he said that Kennedy had vowed to him, during this whole process of the Senate confirmation hearings, that he would not change the existing vaccine recommendations. But as we know, there have been, a few changes that have been coming down the pike. Recently, I reported about the CDC removing the COVID-19 vaccination guidance for pregnant women, for example.
All right, Anna, thanks for the update this morning. Nana Koyman, anchor of News Nation Live, which does air weekdays at 10 o'clock our time. 1 o'clock her time.
Weekends.
Yes.
Weekends our time. Okay. Thanks, Anna. It's 7:23 coming up on it, and we check in with Sully as he's watching the roads every 10 minutes on the threes.
And we have settled into a typical drive through this month-long construction on the bridge there, the Ship Canal Bridge. So we're dealing with hour and 10-minute trips now from Linwood down through Bellevue and Linwood down through Seattle. And of course, because of that,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
Well, we've hit the $15 max for every morning commute so far that we've been in this configuration. Hour and 20 minutes plus from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The rest of the map, despite the little bit of rain we've had, is not terrible. Federal Way to Seattle is not as bad through the Kent-Des Moines Road as it could be, and we don't hit the brakes really hard till you're at the north end of Boeing Field, but it's getting closer to 55 minutes to run that drive. The Valley Freeway is about 50 overall from end to end. Half an hour from Renton to Bellevue, which really isn't too bad. Most days by this time it's about 10 minutes slower than that, so we'll take it. The lake bridges are still good. 18 over Tiger Mountain's a little heavy, but nothing you guys can't handle. And we continue to work with this crash on westbound 16 as you work your way into Port Orchard. Backup begins at Sedgwick Road and continues all the way up past the corner to about Bay Street and then kind of meandering around Sinclair Inlet. The crash was reported right there at Bay Street, and it involves multiple cars, according to our listeners that are driving through the area. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs are good, range-free better. Mobile pasture-raised eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family. Locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms Eggs.
We have a much different look to the weather today. We're going to stay cloudy with rain at times. I just looked out the window. It's a little bit breezy, too. Look for a breeze 10 to 15 miles an hour. 69 our high for today, and then tomorrow you'll wake up to some showers, but see some sunshine by afternoon, 71, and then back to summer Friday through Sunday. Mostly sunny skies with highs in the upper 70s, low 80s on Sunday. Right now it's 62 in Seattle.
Coming up, Luke has primary election results, and in today's commentary, I ask why recline when you can decline. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News. And I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO Newsradio. Download the KIRO Newsradio app to listen anytime.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's experts recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter is offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Royteen here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man.
Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good to Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:30. Good morning. The primary results are starting to roll in from across the state this morning, and the race to November is officially on.
We're closely watching the key matchups to see which of the candidates will secure their spots on the November ballot, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with a breakdown.
Well, we know the race for Seattle mayor is going to be close down the stretch. Incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson will face off in November, but they are locked in a statistical tie in this primary. So who will grab those votes from those other candidates? We'll see. In the race for Seattle City Attorney, incumbent Ann Davison will face Erica Evans in November, but Evans won big time in this primary with 51% of the vote. Davison got 37%. King County Executive Claudia Balducci and Gurmai Zahalai won that primary. They're the clear leaders. Gurmai nailed it. In the South Sound, in the race for Auburn mayor, Nancy Backus will face either Yolanda Trout or Ronnie Morgan. They are separated by just 2 percentage points in that race. Still some votes to count there. And in the open seat for Tacoma mayor, Anders Ibsen will face John Hines in November. Up north, in the race for mayor of Everett, incumbent Mayor Cassie Franklin will face Scott Murphy in November. Franklin trailing Murphy in this primary, though, by 178 votes. And in the other races category, I like to include is, primaries are fun. And some of these races are, some of them are smaller and they're interesting. Some are bigger, like this one. Just wanted to add in the Port of Tacoma primaries, John McCarthy will face Tim Payne and Cyrus Donato will face JT Wilcox in November. Hey, if there's a race you want me to look up for you, just ask me on the text line. I'll do it. Ask anyone in the studio. I'll do it. I'll do whatever you want.
Luke Ducey taking requests in the news.
Trucker Joe from Graham told us he forgot to vote in this year's primary. And Trucker Joe, I think a lot of people did. It kind of crept up. And we're seeing low voter turnout. It's one of the headlines here. Listen to this real fast. 18% in King County, 17% voter turnout in Snohomish, 13% voter turnout in Pierce County.
Can you imagine how boring that report would be on NPR compared to how Luke just did it?
Thanks, Luke.
We're learning about vandalism and a possible arson at an ICE facility here in Washington State. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
The Department of Homeland Security posted on X that a building that includes an ICE sub-office was damaged on Saturday when a rock got thrown through a window and a small fire was set at the rear. This was in Yakima. Local investigators are treating the incident as a suspected arson. No one got hurt. It's not clear if ICE personnel were targeted. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
The U.S. Justice Department has put Seattle and the state of Washington on a newly released list of sanctuary jurisdictions. In a statement, Attorney General Pam Bondi says so-called sanctuary policies put American citizens at risk by design. She's vowing to pursue lawsuits against local jurisdictions that limit cooperation with immigration and customs enforcement. The DOJ put a total of 35 sanctuary jurisdictions on that list.
Time to check the roads. Chris Sullivan has traffic on the 3s for us.
And the North End Drive is not pretty today. Hour and 20-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue. Hour and a half from Everett to Seattle. 20-minute delays today, all because of the loss of the express lanes in the southbound direction. 405 bumper to bumper from Linwood down through 522. I-5 from 175th all the way down through the U District. Also starting to see 99 back up as well as the Lake City Way area. So plan on delays, but nothing out of the ordinary compared to what we've gotten the last 2.5 weeks out of this. Northbound I-5 is struggling past the West Seattle Bridge, so we're up to about 30 minutes from South Center. That puts us at about 55 all the way from Federal Way, though that drive from 320th to Tukwila isn't too bad. Valley Freeway is inching closer toward 50 minutes. It's very slow in Auburn, and then just kind of meandering, braking here and there with some gaps all the way. Renton to Bellevue is about 35 minutes. Nothing shocking there. The lake bridges are quiet. Tiger Mountain, a little slow eastbound 18, but nothing you can't handle, and we're still working with the brake lights on westbound 16 from Sedgwick around the corner into Port Orchard. Still getting reports of that 6-car pileup there, still blocking a lane. This traffic report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service, help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, and more. Visit SUPLinen.com.
Our forecast, mostly cloudy. We're going to see rain at times. In fact, up to a quarter of an inch of rain today, 69 the high. Tomorrow, showers early on, but partly cloudy by afternoon and 71. And then we are going to warm up again Friday through Sunday. It's going to be mostly sunny, upper 70s. And then on Sunday, we'll be into the low 80s. Right now, it's cloudy and 63 in Seattle.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
At 7:36, it's time for this morning's commentary titled Decline to Recline. So there I was 2 weeks ago today on a cross-country journey from SeaTac to Syracuse. We flew an Alaska Airlines 737 MAX out from Seattle. Nice, reliable, and for someone who's 6'1" like me, not a bad setup in economy class. I had just enough space to believe the human body was actually meant to travel at 35,000 feet. Then came the layover in Chicago, and that's where I met my old frenemy, the Embraer commuter jet on a different airline. I'd say it's like flying a Greyhound bus, but honestly, that would be disrespectful to Greyhound buses everywhere. Right away, I realized this was going to be an exercise in humility. They packed us in so tight, my knees were in full negotiation with the seat in front of me. There was no room at all. I was already strategizing, ankles at an angle, maybe try origami with my legs. And then it happens. We're still on the runway, and the guy in front of me decides now is the time to recline and not a polite little tilt. He goes full lazy boy. Suddenly, I'm more seat cushion than passenger. First, I try subtle hints, a little cough, a strategic knee nudge, the international language of, hey, buddy, you're in my airspace. No luck. This guy is in recline heaven. So I finally do it. I speak up. Hey, man, you're a little close. Could you maybe... And he makes a sound that might have been a grunt or a word or just an acknowledgement that, yes, my knees are now officially part of his lumbar support. He brings his seat up, but 15 minutes later, we hit cruising altitude, and wouldn't you know it, he leans back again. At this point, I'm thinking about just offering to share my in-flight snack. We're that close. Now, look, we could have the great debate. Do you have the right to recline in your seat? Sure, I'll give you that. It's allowed. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. We're all in this flying can of sardines together. If it's every person for themselves, what's next? Cage matches for overhead bin space? Let's not give the airlines any ideas. But hear me out. I do have a money-making idea for the airlines. Just lock the chairs down. Make it so economy seats don't recline. Spirit and Allegiant apparently have already figured this out. They just lock the seats and save us all the agony. But maybe the other airlines could take a page from their playbook. And honestly, I'd pay a little extra for this. Airlines, start selling a guaranteed upright seat in front of you fee for those of us stuck in steerage class. Throw it in with the checked bag and carry-on charges. You know you want to. Next time you fly, be kind, stay upright. None of us is getting any more comfortable up there, but we don't have to make it any worse. Okay, we'd love to hear your comments. Reach out to us on the text line, 888-973-5476, or head over to our YouTube Live and join the chat at KIRO Newsradio.
Wait a second.
Yeah?
I just happened to be on an Embraer jet last week, too.
Yeah?
I didn't get a snack. You got a snack?
I'm special. I'm special. That's Charlie Harger. Let's give him a snack.
All right.
Chicago to Syracuse, probably a little bit further than SeaTac to Eugene.
Okay, but I did want a snack, and I didn't get one, and I was not happy about it.
Snackless Manda is nowhere you want to be anywhere near.
It's 7:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the driving coming out of the north end. Shocker! It's slow. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic coming up next.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking, so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit WaFdBank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC-238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC-138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA-270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. Celebrate with payments as low as $125 a month. A beautiful bath installed in one day, no mess, and a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today.
It's 7:43, and we check traffic on the 3s with Sully.
And keep those texts coming on the drama queen of Charlie Harger on the seat reclining. I only say that because right now that's winning like 6-1
yeah, stop
on our
whining,
text line.
Charlie.
How is this possibly my most controversial commentary yet?
I don't know, but I think a lot of people have a lot of things to say about personal space. Anyway, coming down from the north end, no surprises. So what you've been getting the last couple of weeks is what we're getting right now. About an hour and 10 to an hour and 15-minute trip from Linwood to Seattle or Linwood to Bellevue, about 20 minutes slower than normal. 405, brake lights right at Linwood, like clockwork, down through 522. Southbound I-5 brake lights begin right around 175th and Shoreline and continue down across the Ship Canal Bridge. Coming the other direction, it's pretty heavy past the West Seattle Bridge now. 30 minutes to go from South Center into downtown, which puts us about 55 minutes total. The West Seattle Bridge itself is very slow westbound or eastbound trying to merge into I-5. Rented to Bellevue, about 35 minutes. Behind that, the Valley Freeway still holding its own right around 50, maybe a little under. Olympia to Tacoma is about 43 minutes with some off and on braking here and there, but most of that is freeway speed total. 18 over Tiger Mountain, a little bit more action heading down towards I-90, but it's manageable. And we're still working with about a 4-mile backup on westbound 16 because of this crash near Bay Street that had up to 6 cars entangled there at one point. We're still backed up into Sedgwick and not moving very fast. You're going to need at least another 20 minutes, maybe more, working your way through that area. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging. For healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
We're going to see quite a bit of rain today, up to a quarter inch of possibility, a high of 69. Tomorrow we'll wake up to some showers, but partly sunny by afternoon and 71. And then we're going to warm up for the weekend. Looks perfect. Mostly sunny skies Friday, right on through Sunday with highs in the upper 70s, possibly low 80s on Sunday. Right now, we have cloudy skies at 63 in Seattle.
7:45 now, and Whitney Houston's Timeless Glamour is up for auction. Katrina, tell us about this.
Alrighty, Whitney Houston's most iconic looks will hit the auction block next week. From a glittering Bob Mackie casino jacket to a Dolce & Gabbana stunner she wore to Clive Davis's Grammy Bash, the pieces are pure Whitney. There's even a custom Whitney slot machine. Prices start as low as $200, and every single dollar goes to charity through the Whitney Houston Legacy Foundation.
Well, that does remind me, I need a casino jacket.
Oh, okay. Well, then
and
there you go.
And a slot machine? A custom Whitney slot machine?
Yeah, unusual, but interesting.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland breaks down the meeting earlier this morning between U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's next.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Next week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, Jazz Royalty takes the stage. Dave Koz and Friends Summer Horns play 4 unforgettable shows, August 12th and 13th. Get your tickets now at jazzalley.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
We're just days away from the deadline when President Trump has said Russia must make peace with Ukraine or they will face harsh sanctions. And early this morning in Moscow, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff met with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland joins us now. Jeff, Russia claims the meeting was constructive. What are we hearing from the U.S.?
Well, pretty much the same, Amanda. And frankly, the word constructive has been used by the Russians in the last 5 meetings that Witkoff has had with Mr. Putin and Russian officials. So I'm not sure we can read too much into that. There's been no other type of formal announcement by the Kremlin or by the United States on any kind of breakthrough. And it seems to me, at the moment at least, I think there's probably a pretty low probability that we're going to see that happen.
What would the sanctions look like if Russia says no deal?
Well, the sanctions primarily would be the secondary sanctions are most important. Yes, we would increase sanctions on Russia, but frankly, trade between the United States and Russia is very, very small, so it would have very little economic impact on the Russians. Bigger problem is secondary sanctions will be placed on those countries that trade with Russia, and we're talking in principle, or the primary ones being the Chinese, the Indians, and Turkey. And between those 3 countries, they probably import up to about 90% of Russian oil and natural gas. The Indians, for example, it appears they're importing a lot of Russian oil at fairly low prices and then marketing back up and selling it on the international market. So they've actually made this into a profit-making a mechanism. And that would really cripple the Russian export economy because they're so dependent on the export of energy. Now, whether or not Mr. Trump is willing to move forward as he has threatened, I guess this morning he threatened to increase the tariffs on India at least, from 25% because of their trade with Russia now to 50%. Those would not go into effect until later this month. Chinese who buy 45% or more of Russian oil export. He's in negotiation with them over tariff disagreements. They're supposed to come together later this month. Whether he wants to, if he will undermine that particular effort by hitting the Chinese with a large-scale tariff because of their purchase of oil from Russia remains problematical.
Does Putin have any interest in making peace with Ukraine?
I don't really think so, frankly. I mean, I hate to say that, quite honestly, because of the horrific consequences of the war continuing. But Mr. Putin, I think, thinks he's winning. I mean, he thinks that he is winning this particular war. His military is making some progress on the ground, albeit very slowly, and albeit with enormous cost. And there are reports that the Russian general staff, who are frankly notorious for lying to the leadership throughout the history of the Soviet Union, have told him that the Ukrainian line is going to crumble in a couple of months anyway. But, I mean, think of it from his position. Mr. Trump comes into office, says he's going to end the war in one day. Obviously, that doesn't happen. Well, think about all the concessions that the United States has made to the Russian Federation since then. We have said publicly that they will not be allowed to join. Ukraine will not be allowed to join NATO. We have talked about the Russians being able to take the territory and keep the territory that they have, in fact, occupied. Mr. Trump has talked about bringing Putin back into the G7. We've suspended temporarily intelligence sharing and military aid to Ukraine. And frankly, as far as aid goes, it pretty much ended military aid to Ukraine. We've said we'll recognize Crimea as part of the Russian Federation formally in terms of sovereignty. All those concessions have been made over the past 6 months. And in return, Mr. Trump has gotten absolutely nothing. So if you're Putin and you're sitting there looking at that and your military is saying we're making progress, why would he make a concession now?
And does the president stick to his guns with his deadline?
Remains to be seen, Charlie, quite frankly, and that's the $64 question. Can Mr. Trump at this point translate his rhetorical threats into actual action? And that remains to be seen. He did increase this threat on India, but as he is frankly notorious for doing with tariff deadlines, pushed that deadline back, as I understand, until later this month. And he's got to be concerned that if he goes forward with these secondary sanctions, particularly because of the implications for the energy markets, this will frankly roil international energy markets, and we'll probably see rather significant price increases at the gas pump here in the United States. And the question for Mr. Trump is, does he want to do that right now and suffer the backlash from American consumers?
Okay, clearly very important and serious times ahead of us. Manda, should I ask Jeff this?
Sure.
Okay. Jeff, I want to change topics. I just had a very controversial commentary. Where are you on reclining seats on airplanes?
Where am I? Always travel first class if you possibly can.
It all comes down to money.
Look at you.
Internationally, spend the money. Just remember one thing. You ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Write this down. If you don't travel first class, your kids will. So spend the money and
all right.
All right. I was not expecting that take from Jeff McCausland. Jeff is always great talking. You're going to fire up the text line again.
I know. Thanks for your time.
It's 7:54. Let's check in with Sully as he watches traffic.
And you know why he flies first class now? Because of probably all those years in the military flying on the jump seats on the side of the aircraft all packed in there. Yeah. And those jump seats don't, but you talk to them, they barely even cover the half of your...
He's paid his dues.
But, so anyway, looking at the drive now, pushing towards our second peak of the morning. Really heavy here and there, but we're looking at the biggest delays, certainly, coming out of the north end. Hour and a half drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue with an hour and 10 of that away from Linwood, kind of the typical playbook we've seen the last couple of weeks. Looking at westbound 16, still struggling through Bethel all the way around the corner in Gorst. Earlier crash in Port Orchard at Bay Street, about a 4-mile backup there. Starting to see a little westbound slowing on 16 into Tacoma and on either end of 512, but not bad. Valley Freeway under 50, rented to Bellevue's about 40. Federal Way to Seattle's kind of hovering about an hour now, and westbound across the lake, we're starting to see some braking, but overall, we're hanging in there. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're going to see rain throughout the day, a high of only 69 for today. Showers tomorrow morning, but back to partly sunny skies by tomorrow afternoon. Right now, cloudy and 63 in Seattle.
Coming up, Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson stops by the studio, and we'll speak to G. Scott here on Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Mamma Mia, they're back. Direct from Sweden brings the music of ABBA to life at Angel of the Winds Casino Resort. Feel the energy, the nostalgia, and the joy. Saturday, August 16th. Doors at 6:30, show at 7:30. Don't miss Direct from Sweden, the music of ABBA. Tickets on sale now, starting at $49. Get yours at the Players Club or go to angelofthewinds.com. That's angelofthewinds.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Deborah had been living in pain.
I used to not be able to raise my arms even to get dressed. I couldn't do nothing.
She'd ripped her rotary cuffs, and it was finally time to do something about it.
I put up with it for over 2 years, and they wanted to do surgery on one shoulder, and it takes over a year to recover from that, and then you could have the other one done. It's like, no.
No. Instead, Deborah went to Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
My fiance had heard you guys on the radio, and he was asking me about it, and I go, let's go for it.
So how are you feeling now?
I feel good, almost 100%.
So you would recommend this to other people who have similar injuries?
Oh, you bet, in a heartbeat. Definitely. Knees, shoulders, hips.
Knees, shoulders, hips. Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. New information has emerged from the interview Jeffrey Epstein's imprisoned co-conspirator gave to a top Justice Department official. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
She didn't say anything that would harm President Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell said Trump never did anything in her presence that would cause concern. This was so unusual to have the Deputy Attorney General go and personally interview Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted felon.
The family of the late Epstein accuser, Virginia Giuffre, suggests Maxwell's getting preferential treatment. Her brother, Sky Roberts, was on CBS Mornings.
For her to be moved to a minimum security prison, which essentially is for white-collar crimes, when it's been reported across the board that they made an exception for this. And so it's highly convenient that after she had these conversations with various members of the administration, that there's now being some sort of preferential treatment.
Overseas, correspondent Ramy Inocencio reports U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff met for several hours with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow.
The Kremlin is at least portraying that this meeting was positive. Useful and constructive conversation is how one Kremlin foreign policy aide said to state-run TV, has said that Putin and Witkoff did talk about the conflict in Ukraine and that the potential for improving U.S.-Russia ties was also there.
This morning, President Trump signed an executive order to slap an additional 25% tariff on India for its purchases of Russian oil. That brings the combined tariffs imposed by the U.S. on India to 50%. Trump has weighed in on the Republican redistricting effort in Texas that prompted Democratic lawmakers to leave the state to block it moving forward.
He says the FBI may have to get involved. Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn wrote to the FBI director Tuesday urging his agency to intervene. And last night, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott filed a lawsuit at the state Supreme Court to remove one of the House Democratic leaders, arguing his absence amounts to abandoning office. But that representative shot back, saying he's fulfilling his oath by blocking the GOP's plan.
That's CBS's Ed O'Keefe. The Trump administration is pulling $500 million in funding for mRNA vaccine research projects. Health Secretary Kennedy calls the technology too risky, even though it's been used for COVID and flu vaccines. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
A lot of people have a form of, for lack of a better word, PTSD from the pandemic. And so we're seeing a lot of folks going to war on infectious disease doctors, on mRNA and other technology like that.
And checking Wall Street, Dow Jones Industrial Average up 100 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
8:03, let's check in with Sully with traffic on the 3s.
Add a little bit of rain to our drive, and we're dealing with a pretty heavy commute out of the north end. We're looking at an hour and a half at least from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. But you don't hit the brakes till you get to Linwood on 405, but then you're on them pretty heavy past 522, plus a little bit more out of Totem Lake. So it's going to be at least an hour and 10 minutes just from Linwood. That's a 15 to 20 minute delay over what you might expect. I-5 is now seeing some off and on braking past the Edmonds exit through Shoreline, and then you hit it at 145th. Really heavy all the way down across the Ship Canal Bridge. Going the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. Valley Freeway's about 50 minutes. Getting up from the Valley Freeway, though, it looks like we have a crash on westbound 18 as you see the brake lights there heading up towards Weyerhaeuser Way. So some slowing there. Behind that, the Olympia to Tacoma's running around 42 minutes. There are some brake lights up into Tacoma. The Renton to Bellevue Drive, about 40. The Lake Bridges are doing okay. And we're still working with a pretty heavy backup getting into the Gorst area. Westbound 16, we've been dealing with a crash in Port Orchard at Bay Street. It looks like it might have cleared because that backup is starting to get just a little bit better. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online. DigSafeWA.com.
8:04 on Wednesday, August 6, 2025 edition of Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
Primary results are rolling in from across the state this morning, and the road to November is heating up.
We're tracking the most closely contested races to see who's moving one step closer to the November ballot.
And KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is standing by with a breakdown of the major matchups.
There are some close ones out there. Let's start in Seattle. Incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson are locked in a statistical tie in their primary. They're going to face each other for sure on the November ballot. Until then, though, they're going to be fighting to win all those votes cast for those other candidates in this primary. We'll see. In the race for Seattle City Attorney, Erica Evans won big time, winning 51% of the vote in this primary. She's going to face the incumbent, Ann Davison, who got 37% of the vote. And in the race for King County Executive, Gurmai Zahalai and Claudia Balducci will advance to the November ballot. in the South Sound in the race for Auburn mayor. Charlie, your neck of the woods there. Nancy Backus will face either Yolanda Trout or Ronnie Morgan. They're separated by just 2 percentage points. Still some votes to come in there to be counted. And in the open seat for Tacoma Mayor, Anders Ibsen will face John Hines in November. Up north in the race for mayor of Everett, incumbent Mayor Cassie Franklin will face Scott Murphy on the ballot in November. Franklin trailing Murphy by 178 votes in this primary. Finally, people on the text line have asked you all, and I am providing, Glenn from Atlanta, in the race for Tacoma City Council, the at-large position, tight race there. Latasha Palmer has the lead with 26.5% of the vote. Jessica Johnson, 21%. Krista Perez, 19.7%. Really close there. Looks like incumbent Sandish Sadalge will face Silong Chun in November in their race for their seat. And Joe Bushnell had won big time in the primary there. He'll face Zav Cook on the ballot. And one more, guys. One more for Cindy in Fall City. In the race for Snoqualmie Valley Health Commissioner, Mark Bowers won huge in this primary, followed by Robert Angrisano.
Okay, Luke, thank you for the update. We'll be following this throughout the day. It's 8:06. The U.S. Justice Department put Seattle and the state of Washington on notice, placing them on a list of so-called sanctuary jurisdictions.
KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has more from the U.S. Attorney General.
Pam Bondi says sanctuary policies impede law enforcement and put American citizens at risk by design. Department of Justice will continue bringing litigation against sanctuary jurisdictions and work closely with the Department of Homeland Security to eradicate these harmful policies around the country.
The DOJ included a total of 35 sanctuary jurisdictions on that list.
We're learning about vandalism and a possible arson at an ICE facility here in Washington. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
The Department of Homeland Security posted on X that a building that includes an ICE sub-office was damaged on Saturday when a rock got thrown through a window and a small fire was set at the rear. This was in Yakima. Local investigators are treating the incident as a suspected arson. No one got hurt. It's not clear if ICE personnel were targeted. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Now I get my groove is in the heart fix. Thank you very much, Nick. I misidentified the song an hour ago.
We had to revive that, all right?
And that was Everybody an hour ago, which is also a fabulous
Correct.
80s song.
Glad we
have it all
got
sorted
that
out
fixed.
now.
Okay, all right. All is right with the world. Good morning. I'm Charlie. That is Manda. We have Nick Cracia over there picking the music for us and running the board. Sully is checking the roads every 10 minutes on the threes. We have producer David, who is back in the studio after a couple well-deserved days off. And Katrina Gashard is our editor and checking on the big stories coming through the news desk.
Coming up this hour on the show, Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson will be back in the studio. Her seat is up for a vote, and the City Council is having a budget shortfall meeting today. There's lots to ask her about.
And coming up as well, G. Scott will stop by to comment on what he sees as the biggest story of the day.
Danger, danger.
Danger. My career flashing in front of me, especially after yesterday's conversation.
We're not going to revisit that one, are we?
Nope.
Okay, it's 8:09. We're keeping tabs on the Bear Gulch fire. It continues to grow as we hear from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
In total, 5 roads and 9 shelter, camp, and trail sites now closed in the Bear Gulch area. The fire is just shy of 5,000 acres, still just 3% containment. The steep terrain, wind, and lack of rain certainly not helping.
A Lake Tapps homeowner had a frightening encounter Saturday night. She saw an unfamiliar car in her driveway, so she called 911. That's when the guy appeared on her back patio and tried to get into her house. She locked him out. So that guy jumped in a car, took off, but Pierce County Sheriff's deputies quickly caught up with him at a nearby park.
Don't reach for anything, dude. I will shoot you. Turn around, face away from me.
48-year-old man was arrested for attempted burglary, theft, and driving violations.
Well, it's not often you read words like this in a Seattle police blotter post, but here we are. Quoting, on a warm August day, Seattle police officers arrested a 33-year-old man for making threats to kill with a knife following copulation with a refrigerator inside a Trader Joe's grocery store. End quote. This happened yesterday afternoon on East Madison Street. Security told police the man had been, quoting again here, humping a refrigerator, end quote, and tried to do the same to a customer. Officers say the man used racial slurs, pulled a knife, and made threats. When confronted, he kicked a flower display and threw apples. Police say he's a registered sex offender. He was booked into King County Jail for felony harassment. And yes, G. Scott has thoughts on this.
Please. He's going to talk about this?
I will leave the room.
Okay. It's 8:45. You can hear G's thoughts on that story. Well, it was a welcome sight for Mariners fans inside T-Mobile Park yesterday.
Eugenio Suarez, the pitch on the way, swinging a drive deep to right field, way back, and goodbye baseball into Edgar's Cantina, right above it. Right above the hand-operated scoreboard, there's number 1 for Gino in a Mariners uniform, number 37 on the year.
That was his first homer since returning to the M's in last week's big trade. Gino had 53 home runs in 2 seasons during his previous stint with the Mariners. Last night's dinger helped propel Seattle to an 8-3 victory over the White Sox. They face off again today. First pitch at 6:40. You can hear it on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
More baseball to tell you about. The Bonnie Lake Sumner Little League team stepped on the gas against Oregon yesterday in Regional World Series play, starting with the first at-bat.
Little fastball slider mix. Oh, lifted out toward left center field. Pretty good shot to the wall. Gone! Leadoff big fly for Mason Woods.
How about that? Sound courtesy of ESPN. Pitcher Sawyer Breed threw a complete game and had 2 home runs. The team rolled on to win 20-6. They've scored 37 runs in the past 2 games. They play in the regional championship Friday evening. The winner of that game will head to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, to the World Championship Tournament.
Well, it's win or go home for the softball All-Stars from Mill Creek this morning. The girls play the Florida State champs in an elimination game in the Little League World Series. Florida team beat Mill Creek 9-2 in the opening game of the tournament. First pitch, 10 a.m.
It's 8:12. Time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard.
Count on some areas of light rain this morning as this front pushes through. But I do expect to see decreasing showers this afternoon. And absolutely, we'll see some sun breaks mixed in. So yes, we'll look for steady light rain this morning and then decreasing showers later today. More than likely seeing a Puget Sound convergence zone. Keep some showers going in and around the Snohomish and King County area into tomorrow. It will be cool, though, today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the upper 60s and low 70s. Tomorrow, just a few showers early, then absolutely drying out in the low 70s. We'll get plenty of sunshine for the rest of the week and weekend in the upper 70s and low 80s with sunshine through the weekend.
Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies at 63.
At 8:13, it's time for traffic on the 3s. Chris Sullivan is watching things for us.
And we are finally seeing some improvement on westbound 16, trying to get into and through the Port Orchard area. Crash we've been dealing with for a lot of the morning looks to have finally cleared up, and a lot of the backup, which is extended at times back to Sedgwick, seems to be dissipating. So that's some positive news for you guys over on that side of the water. Over here, we're dealing with a pretty slow go coming down from the Linwood area, but no shocker because of the conditions we've been dealing with during this month of hell, as we are now midway point of week 3. Looking at the brake lights, southbound 5 right at 175th all the way down through the Ship Canal Bridge. It's an hour and 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle. The hour and 20 of that away from Linwood. About 10 minutes faster on 405. It's an hour and 10 from Linwood. Hour and 20 all the way, or make that hour and a half all the way from the Everett area. So not great out of Snohomish County. Federal Way to Seattle is loosening its grip just a little bit. Not terrible up through the Kent Des Moines Road and South Center. Nice long gap into the beginnings of Boeing Field, but we still have about 55 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue's up over 45 minutes as we are crawling from the 167 interchange all the way up past 44th, plus a little bit into the Bellevue core. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is under 50 minutes, and the Lake Bridges are still holding their own as well. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
It's now 8:14. Katrina Gashard is here, and a decades-old fast food mystery, Katrina, has finally been solved.
It has. McDonald's confirmed to the Daily Mail Grimace is a taste bud.
Who's that? Where's
the Coke. Duh.
This is not a joke, guys. Fast food fans have long speculated about the big purple blob, guessing he was everything from a milkshake to an alien. Grimace made his debut back in 1971 as an evil, scaly, four-armed bandit who stole drink cups in McDonald Land. But the company realized it wasn't a good thing to scare young customers, so they gave him a softer, more cuddly look. Grimace, Birdie the Hamburger, Mayor McCheese, and Ronald McDonald will all start a new adult Happy Meal set to launch next week.
Had I known this in the 70s, I probably would not have hugged Grimace in the Playland.
Wow.
He's a taste bud?
Is purple a healthy taste bud color?
I don't think so. Should
Or
be
is that
pink.
someone after having had a shake or a McDonald's meal? I don't know.
You know, none of the other news shows cover stuff like this. And
I love Grimace.
I have so
this
many
is why
questions.
it's so important to have you here, Katrina. Thank
Happy
you.
to be here.
Interesting.
And who came up with that idea? Let's make a taste bud character. So strange.
Ronald did.
Okay.
Ronald, or perhaps it was who's the guy who steals everything?
The Hamburglar.
The Hamburglar. Yeah, maybe it was that guy.
Well, again, you have to lay this at the feet of Mayor McCheese. What is his administration going to keep doing wrong?
It's 8:16.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
All right, back to some serious stuff. We've been reporting primary election results throughout the morning as Seattle voters decide who they'd like to see in November's general election. Several city council seats are receiving votes, including position 9, currently held by Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson.
And Council Member Nelson joins us now. Before we get to the election results, however, we wanted to talk to you about this mobile drug treatment center you visited yesterday. What did you see?
Well, good morning, everybody. So I went to visit the mobile medication van that is operated by Evergreen Treatment Services in Belltown. And just so everybody knows, they administer primarily methadone, but they do provide some buprenorphine to people who just go to the van and get their doses, and they also meet with caseworker, et cetera. And what I saw was a steady stream of people coming in and receiving their dose, and then, you know, the person who clocks them in and out, you know, says a few words and meets with them and makes sure that they're on track. Here's why I went, though. I went to do this visit because I funded another mobile medication van in this year's budget, and I really wanted to make sure that I understood how these things worked, and also I am concerned, or not necessarily concerned, but I want to make sure they in fact do get their funding so that they can purchase another one to be located more downtown or in the Little Saigon neighborhood. This is one intervention in our drug crisis, in our substance use disorder problem, which feeds public safety and chronic homelessness. And so we have to be open to all different kinds of interventions, because there's not just one path to recovery. And Evergreen Treatment Services has been operating this sort of service for a long time, and I just wanted to see how it works.
How much do these mobile units cost?
$450,000, and so that's what I got into the budget. However, that's just the vehicle. There is also the staff that is associated with it that requires funding as well. Mine was simply a capital expense funding amendment to the budget, to not to be too technical, but about $450 just for the van. They have 2 doors so that people can, and then 2 nurses are behind the little cubicle inside. So, they can operate the whole van, and 2 people can be in there at the same time. Of course, there's a lot of security around them, and also caseworkers that sit in front with a computer, clocking everybody in.
So these vans, they roll up into neighborhoods. What are you hearing from people who live there and business owners?
Well, so they don't rove around the city. These things are really big. They have to be on streets that are pretty flat because they have pumps in them, and they don't work if there's a tilt to the street. So there's a defined location for these. And I have to say, I haven't heard very much. Believe me, I would be So the kind of street disorder that might be assumed because of the clientele or because the activities going on inside, that has not really been that much on my radar. That kind of complaint comes more from permanent supportive housing facilities where people are living inside and people can hole up can operate market activities on the street outside. But there is a fixed location so that caseworkers can refer people to this van, and so that it operates between a certain number of hours on a regular basis.
What you were referring to with supportive housing plays into the harm reduction model as well. Does harm reduction work?
I always say that harm reduction is inadequate in and of itself, and we're talking about just meeting people where they're at. That's sort of the tagline that goes with it. Because in the age of fentanyl, we have to go one step further, because you can't just meet people where they're at, because that's a very dangerous place because this drug is so deadly. But this is a form of harm reduction because the methadone and buprenorphine stabilizes people for a short period of time, or maybe for a long period of time when they're not purchasing fentanyl on the street. But I always say it has to be accompanied with counseling and other services to move people along a path of recovery. So, I do criticize the form of harm reduction that is simply meeting people where they're at and not encouraging going further, because, again, we have to interrupt the behavior that leads to overdose. And when people are in that mindset, they're not necessarily in a mindset of making really sound decisions for their life going forward, because they're incapacitated by a drug that is so powerful.
We're talking with Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. We only have about a minute left, but I mentioned that there's a vote today surrounding the budget shortfall. Can you paint the picture for us?
There is a vote today surrounding the budget shortfall. Well, the budget shortfall is always a problem. It has been a problem for the past couple of years. And here's what really needs to happen. We need to look at our existing expenses and find out whether or not they are working, and if not, reevaluate those investments and then make sure that we have a comprehensive package going forward.
And real quick before we let you go, the initial batch of ballots is out in the primary election. Sarah Nelson, you are behind 14 points to your challenger, Dion Foster. What are your challenges as you make your way toward the general election?
I know. Well, believe me, the results are disappointing, but not at all surprising. All the incumbents took a hit, and that's a result of the very real fear that's caused by what's going on at the national level in politics. But what hasn't changed, not today, not yesterday, is the progress that we're making from the work that I've already been doing. We're talking about a surge in SPD officer hiring and looking at real solutions for interrupting, the drug crisis, etc. So what I will say is that we're just going to keep on focused on on delivering results for the people of Seattle, but I do take this as a serious check to make sure that I am really profoundly focused on listening to the people of Seattle, finding out what more they want local government to do on the problems that plague them day in and day out, and I'm going to keep on doing that.
Sarah, last week when you were in the studio with us, I said, come on back anytime, and you did. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. We should also point out that we have reached out to her challenger, Dion Foster.
Let's check traffic now. On the threes, Sully is watching the roads.
And we are dealing with a relatively normal drive, at least a normal what we've been used to the last 3 weeks coming out of the north end. Hour and 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, hour and a half from Everett to Bellevue. Brake lights on I-5 begin around 175th, and they are just unrelenting all the way down through basically Mercer. For 405, it's right there at Linwood down through Bothell, kind of meandering down through Totem Lake. So not exactly a good day out of the north end, but something we've gotten used to. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, we're actually picking up the pace. It's about 50 minutes now, so that's a pickup of 5. Looking at Valley Freeway at about 45 minutes from end to end, with 25 of those minutes from Auburn. And Renton to Bellevue is running right around 45 minutes as well. The lake bridges are still doing reasonably well. And over on the west side of the Hood Canal Bridge, it looks like we've got a pretty nasty crash that is blocking both directions of 104 there, just west of the Hood Canal Bridge. So I'll be looking to get more for you on that soon. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
We're going to see rain at times, 69 the high for today. Showers tomorrow morning, but drying out by afternoon. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 64.
We're about 20 minutes away from the G. Scott segment, and I want my bosses to know now it was producer David who picked out the questions for G and the topic for G.
He sent me a text last night. He said, I have to discuss
Producer
this.
David decided on this, not Charlie. Charlie needs a job. This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. The T-137 family of Biggs orcas has been hunting in South Puget Sound the past week, and according to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, they've been dispatching seals and porpoises in dramatic fashion. The T-137s are a very charismatic pod, with a large 23-year-old male, Jack, often breaching after a successful hunt. Jack, also known as T-137A, has a dorsal fin that is more than 6 feet in height, making him one of the most recognizable orcas in the region. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Biggs orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Protecting your home has never been easier, thanks to our flexible financing options that can fit any budget. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, attic insulation, and even prevent moss without straining your wallet. Plus, it's all backed by our Guardian Guarantee. Why wait? Start guarding your home today. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic is your best plan for long-term well-being and personalized healthcare. Dr. Mixon, let me ask you a question. How long have some of your patients been working with you?
And we've got patients now that have been with us for over 20 years that are in their 90s who came to us in their 60s. The grandparents now in their 90s are living independently. They're not on walkers, they're not on canes, they're not headed for nursing homes.
I meet people and they ask about, wow, you're in great shape. You have 12% body fat and stuff. What's the secret? I said, it's not a secret. Longevity Medical Clinic has been there for 25 years. There is no secret to the fact that if you make those small changes, you avoid the big, bad, horrible stuff that most of us just think, well, this is what's supposed to happen to me.
And if you're heading downhill and you don't change your direction, you're going to continue going downhill. And what we do at Longevity is we redirect you and we take you back up the hill.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter's offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Royteen here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. Primary results are in, and the battle for November is already starting to kick into high gear.
And we're tracking the most closely contested races to see who's moving one step closer to the November ballot.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is standing by with a breakdown of the major matchups.
Well, the big one, all eyes are on Seattle right now in the race for mayor. Incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell and Katie Wilson are locked in a statistical tie in their primary. They will definitely face each other on the November ballot. Starting today, they're going to be fighting, though, to win every single vote they can from all those supporters of those candidates who will not advance to November. In the race for Seattle City Attorney, Eric Evans won big time, winning 51% of the vote in the primary. She's going to face the incumbent, Ann Davison, who got 37% of that vote. And in the race for King County Executive, filling Dow Constantine's departure, current council members Claudia Balducci and Gurmai Zahalai will both advance to November. In the South Sound, in the race for mayor of Auburn, Nancy Backus will face either Yolanda Trout or Ronnie Morgan. Those two are separated by just 2 percentage points right now. Still a lot of votes to be counted there in that race for Auburn mayor. In the open seat for Tacoma mayor, Anders Ibsen and John Hines are going to the ballot in November. And up north in the race for mayor of Everett, another close one here. The incumbent, Cassie Franklin, will face Scott Murphy in November, no doubt. But Franklin trailing Murphy by 178 votes. Hey, and the other big winners on the ballots, really across the state, I've been looking at a lot of different districts here. Park levies, big winners, like the one in King County, a proposition there that won. More money for fire districts across the board. If you had a fire district measure on your ballot, you won. They all kind of passed. Funding for hospitals, big. They all passed. And libraries, big winners, including libraries in Kitsap County and Whatcom County. Looks like people like books and programs for kids.
Okay, Luke, thank you. 8:33 now. Tragedy struck on Highway 371 in New Mexico, where 23-year-old newlyweds, just 22 days into their marriage, were killed in a fiery head-on crash.
The couple, Serene McKell and Casey Daniel, have deep ties to Western Washington. They were driving to Texas to start their new life. George Stokes, a trucker who witnessed the crash, tells KIRO 7 TV he tried to save them.
So I ran up and I started deploying my fire extinguisher to get the flames out.
And now they're grieving families, raising money to bring their remains back home.
In King County, 6 beaches are closed because they're unsafe for swimming. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon has details.
Houghton, Madison Park, Magnuson, Maidenbower Beach, and Pritchard Island beaches are all closed for high bacteria. Lake Marcel has toxic algae. That can look like pea soup. But if you ingest it, it can cause muscle weakness, vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. It can be deadly for animals.
Let's check the roads now. We get back to Chris Sullivan. He has traffic every 10 minutes for us.
Thanks for that lead in. That sounded like the back half of an ad for medicine. These are the side effects. Wow, that's terrible.
Yuck. Stay out of the water.
Yeah, no doubt. Looking at the drive now, we're definitely seeing a lot more action on northbound 167 from before 180th into downtown Renton, and that's why we're seeing a travel time that's actually gone up 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 out of Puyallup. Looking at the Valley Freeway, it's down at the south end part of that drive. It's not terrible. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, about 50 minutes now, with 30 of those minutes from South Center. Yeah, the brake lights in the usual suspect locations there. Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad at about 40 minutes. The Lake Bridges are hanging in there. And then, of course, to what we've been dealing with the last 3 weeks on southbound 5 and 405, really heavy on those drives. Hour and 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle, an hour and a half from Everett to Bellevue. Brake lights on 405 begin right there at Linwood and go down through Totem Lake. For I-5, they start right around 175th and Shoreline and really deal all the way down past the Ship Canal Bridge. And it looks like a pretty nasty crash continues to block both directions of 104. That's just on the west end of the Hood Canal Bridge. It's after the new roundabout and halfway up the hill. But again, both directions are blocked. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. For healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs at Costco, locally fresh since 1909.
Right now, Tacoma is getting soaked. Rain is coming down there. Showers up and down the I-5 corridor. We're headed for a high in the upper 60s to low 70s today. We dry out starting tomorrow, low 70s, mid to upper 70s, even low 80s next few days after that with a lot of sunshine. Right now, light rain and 62 in Seattle.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
It's been more than 50 years since the United States has sent astronauts to the moon.
Well, now the space race is going nuclear. News Nation's Mills Hayes is with us. A nuke plant on the moon. Mills, what can you tell us?
Well, this is actually something that has been in the works, but Secretary Duffy is really just accelerating the timeline and also increasing the power that will be available there. And so originally, NASA had been working towards having a 40-kilowatt reactor on the moon, but Duffy's plan would try to get proposals from private companies for a 100-kilowatt reactor to launch by 2030, which is important because Russia and China have announced a joint operation doing the same thing, but they are planning to do it by 2035. So Duffy's whole idea here is to be ahead of China and Russia in this sort of new age space race, if you will. But these nuclear reactors, it sounds kind of crazy when you first hear that word, but a nuclear reactor is basically a nuclear battery, and it's something that NASA has been using for decades. This would just be a power station on the moon, and it would be very large. It would have a very large power supply. So this is something that would allow astronauts to stay on the moon for a much longer period and for them to also go even further, explore other planets like Mars. So that's the idea there.
I looked it up. So 100 kilowatts is enough to power a big house or even a small business. So it's not like the nuclear reactor, for example, we have here in Washington State at Hanford.
So, yeah, and I was talking to a professor earlier today at the University of Chicago about this, about how this nuclear reactor, it isn't going to be a reaction of like a string of different reactions, kind of like how normally you would see that at a nuclear power plant. This is something that is different, and so it's not going to have a chain of reactions. And two, what's important also to keep in mind with this specific power station is that we're also trying to go to the moon to send another human on the moon by 2028, a part of the Artemis program. And so this is kind of going to be lining up around the same time that we're seeing this nuclear reactor try to be built as well. So it'll be interesting to see who gets there first, because we know China and Russia are trying to get there by 2035. So it'll be interesting to see the different private companies that put in proposals. So as of right now, they've got 60 days to submit a proposal. And then within 30 days, NASA needs to assign someone to head up this project. So we should likely see that in the next month.
Does NASA still have the manpower to do something on this scale? Didn't they just go through a bunch of cuts through DOGE?
Well, they have seen about a 20% reduction in staff because a lot of those employees took that deferred resignation program. And so NASA is saying that there is the staff. We'll have to wait and see if these cuts will affect this plan at all. But as of now, there hasn't been any indication from NASA that that's the case.
Are you hearing any concerns from people? You know, we're sending a nuclear reactor to the moon. Maybe there might be some environmental concerns?
As far as concerns to our astronauts, that won't be a problem. But environmental concerns that you mentioned, I haven't actually looked into a lot of those. So that's another avenue to explore for sure.
All right. Well, it sounds like this has Homer Simpson's backing. After all, he works at a nuclear plant. And this will be fascinating to follow, Mills. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
It's 8:40. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at this crash just west of the Hood Canal Bridge that's blocking traffic in both directions. We'll break it down for you next.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
8:43 now. Sully is watching traffic every 10 minutes on the threes.
Yeah, I got a close eye on the radar map as well because it's the showers are coming down pretty much across the I-5 corridor all the way from basically JBLM almost all the way up through Snohomish County. Just a slight gap there coming down through Shoreline. And Shoreline's where we have some of our heaviest braking on southbound 5. Bumper to bumper from there all the way down into the downtown core. It's an hour and 20 minutes from Linwood to Seattle. hour and 10 from Linwood into Bellevue. And this is, of course, all because of the loss of the express lanes in the southbound direction. 99's really heavy from before Green Lake all the way into South Lake Union. So pretty ugly. Coming up from the south end, we're looking at about a 45-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma. We have brake lights in Lacey, a little bit past JBLM through those showers. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 55 minutes. We've added a few more minutes onto that drive because of people slowing down past the middle of Boeing Field into downtown. Rented to Bellevue's at about 45 minutes as well. And the Valley Freeway still up at an elevated 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 plus all the way from Puyallup. Brake lights there starting at about 212th and Kent before getting a little bit better. Also seen slowing in both directions of I-90 right around the Mount Baker Tunnel, so I'm going to be checking into that as well. And then to the issue over on SR 104, that's the road you take across the Hood Canal Bridge. Just west of the bridge, we've got a crash that's blocking both directions of the highway. It's just west of the brand new roundabout. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on new air conditioning and a heat pump system during the final days of the Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Well, the rain is here to stay for the day. We might see up to a quarter inch of rain, a high today of 69. Tomorrow morning, showers early, but some clearing by afternoon. Should be partly sunny and 71, and then beautiful weather for the weekend. Starting on Friday, mostly sunny, highs in the upper 70s for Friday and Saturday, low 80s on Sunday. Right now, cloudy, 63 in Seattle.
8:45 now. It turns out plants aren't just green, they're chatty. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard is here to explain.
There's a new study that shows scientists discovered that moths are drawn to the sound of plants. So on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, he says the insects basically treat their stress calls like a dinner bell.
Scientists hypothesized that this was the case after observing that moths always got plants exactly what they wanted for their birthdays. But now for the first time, researchers have shown that insects can hear and interpret plants' acoustic distress signals. Acoustic distress signals, of course, also the name of my suburban hardcore dad metal band.
So I guess the garden gossip is buzzing right now.
Okay, the last talking plant I can think of is Audrey on Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Katrina. Coming up, G. Scott will drop by the show with his thoughts on the story of the day. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at TaxLienCode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Seattle. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Seattle. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text LEARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's LEARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text LEARN to 26022.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Well, after yesterday's going off the rails, at least today with G. Scott, I know we're going to have a mature, serious discussion. G, of course, is the co-host of the G and Ursula Show coming up and the host of the Reset podcast. Good morning, G.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Amanda.
Hello.
Very professional.
Yes.
I want to come in today. So yesterday on Tuesday, about 2:15, the officers had to hit the scene, and not so much a gangsterling, but on East Madison Street, after a report came in about a guy that was hurling some racial slurs and also was waving a knife at security. Not long after that, he threatened to off everyone in the store. So this was serious. Now, according to the security guard, he caught the guy in the act. He was supposedly humping a fridge, and he was trying to pull the same stunt on a customer. Now, when he was called out, the suspect lost it, kicked over a flower display, and started to hurl apples at folks in the building. A bunch of officers pulled up and arrested Buddy for felony harassment, and they booked him. Now, guess what? I know y'all will be shocked to know that this is a registered sex offender that is now sitting in King County Jail. So let's just say life is about to get a lot trickier for him, especially if he's barred from getting within 500 feet of any fridges.
And a hush fell over the crowd.
I mean, I know, Sully, I came in on my best behavior today because I was worried. And if you all are listening, let me pull back the curtains.
We're not talking about yesterday.
I was worried that I wasn't going to be brought back on the show today. So today, I wanted to be real newsy.
The Ursula's rubbing off on you, which is great. But I believe we do need more information about said activity. Was it a lay down fridge? Was it a stand up fridge? I mean, was he in? How does it? I need more information about what happened.
Yeah, the fridge was over 6 feet. You know what I mean? Body dimensions I don't want to get into because it's not all about physical looks on the fridge. Sometimes it's about what's inside the fridge. I don't know if there was still some eggs in there or milk or anything like that. But the point is, it hasn't been happening lately where this is something that happens, but he is a registered sex offender. He did try to hump a fridge. He probably won't be able to get 500 feet within some fridge from this time going forward. But more importantly, everybody's safe.
And you are quoting the Seattle Police Department.
Yes.
You're not coming up with his verbiage on your own.
It was on the police blotter.
It's on the Seattle Police blotter, everybody. All I'm doing is reporting the news. I'm trying to do my best job so I can be brought back here again.
Well, this morning when I got up, I said to myself, of course, G's always welcome on Seattle's Morning News, as long as he doesn't talk about what we talked about yesterday. And now this is what you want to talk about today?
So my question, okay, well, Amanda, what would you rather me talk about? Ice cream that tastes like breast milk? Or a compilation of a fridge.
They're kind of connected stories a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Where do you put ice cream?
Here's my deal.
Yes.
This makes me sad. The man clearly needs to be held accountable, right? And he clearly needs help. Makes me sad. What makes me really sad is that it's not very surprising to me. And 10 years ago, something like this would have been shocking.
Right.
You know?
Today is nice. Yeah. So I'm going to leave off by saying this. Charlie, you don't have anything to say. So I just want to say this was a ice cold situation.
Hey, G, can we talk about Seahawks tomorrow when you come in?
Sure.
Because they have a game tomorrow. You know?
Let's talk about that.
You're welcome anytime, as long as you don't talk about ice cream or refrigerators.
Okay. See you guys.
8:53. Let's get to Sully. He has an update on traffic, which we do every 10 minutes.
And it looks like we do have a crash on eastbound I-90 just before the Mount Baker Tunnel, which is one of the reasons why we are so slow there. And we also have a crash on the ramp through the CD lanes to I-90 in the westbound or southbound direction there. So plan on some delays getting to I-90 and over across the lake to Mercer Island. Looking at northbound 405 now, we've got about a 45-minute trip. Not only we heavy up through the S-curves, but also at the far north end as we tie into Southeast 8th, getting into the heart of Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we picked up a couple of minutes, so we're back under 30 from Auburn and under 50 from Puyallup. Olympia to Tacoma's got some off and on braking through the rain that we have there, and Tacoma is also seeing a little slowing, primarily in the southbound direction. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive, about 50 minutes, but out of the north end, still have about an hour and a half to an hour and 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue as we continue to deal with the slowing caused by the loss of the express lanes. And over west of the Port Gamble area, for those of you on that use 104, just west of the Hood Canal Bridge, we've got a crash that's been blocking both directions of the highway. Two-car crash. One of the cars has been kind of perpendicular across the road. State Patrol's kind of shoving it out of the way, but that's causing some unusual braking there. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs good, range-free better. Mobile pasture-raised eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family. Locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms Eggs.
Few bands of showers, straight up rain at times this morning. We do start to dry out in the afternoon. We'll stay cloudy. High of 69 today, 71 tomorrow. Right now, it's 63 in Seattle.
More coverage of the primary election coming up on the G and Ursula Show, 9 to noon, here on KIRO Newsradio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever